Mr.
Nos
Figueroa
acompañan
from the National
con sus
Director of
intervenciones José
INAPI.
Manuel
So we are joined
Salazar
today by Jose
Sirinach,
Manuel Salazar
secretario
Sirinach, the
ejecutivo
Executive
de Naciones
Secretary
Unidas,
of
CEPAL,
of
quien
UN
nos dará su
ECLAC.
mensaje por
He will be
un video.
providing us his
Luego,
remarks via
Fernando
video,
Huenin,
and then
jefe de
Fernando
operaciones y
Gueni,
representante
the capacities and the study that will be presented research, technology transfer, financing for early stages and for scaling, and quality infrastructure, as well as the relationship between science and production and companies' capacity, especially SMEs, to make use of these systems with economic and strategic meaning. So in short, intellectual property can contribute to development, but it will do so best when it is part of comprehensive, productive development policies aimed at closing technological gaps, at strengthening domestic capacities, and at improving the region's position in higher value-added activities. This seminar seeks precisely to contribute to that debate. Throughout the day, experiences will be addressed, good practices will be shared, and public policies aimed at making better use of intellectual property as a driver of development will be discussed. And I am sure that this opportunity will enrich our perspectives, will reinforce collaborative networks, and allow us to move forward in shaping more effective public policy agendas that are better aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank the European Patent Office, the IDB, and all of the institutions that have contributed to this effort. I would especially like to highlight the value of this partnership because it reflects the importance of building bridges between regions and exchanging knowledge and in coming up with joint solutions to common challenges. I hope that this conference will help us to think more clearly and also with more ambition as to how to best link innovation, intellectual property, and productive development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Me gustó mucho que menciona la palabra.
I really like that the term partnership came up and that these partnerships last. Allow me to also greet the director of ECLAC's productive division. He was closely involved in developing, coordinating, and publishing the study that was just mentioned. So now let me give the floor to Fernando Quinin, the IDB's Chief of Operations and Acting Representative in Chile. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Special greetings to my colleagues with whom I have the honor to share these welcoming remarks. Marco, Esteban, Antonio. I would also like to thank our dear friends at ECLAC and for hosting us here, particularly in this conference room, which for those of us who have studied economics at some point in time in our countries, we all know that ECLAC has been a guiding light for us. And so it's quite a special moment to be in the Raúl Prebisch conference room. Now, when I was looking at the title of the seminar, pushing for within all of the countries in the region. Now, as economists say, this is a necessary but insufficient condition to close the development gaps that are impacting our countries and thus enable the individuals to improve the quality of their lives. And we're all working towards that end, ultimately. Now, why is innovation important in this process? And particularly in countries such as Chile? Countries that are essentially on the border or near this border of production, the verge. This is not always evident. You know as well that the discussion revolving around the mining sector today does refer to opportunities to expand production through exploration, but the main challenge is about making sure that we have innovation in order to be more effective and efficient in terms of production. So for these countries, for countries that are close to making progress with reforms and we're trying to secure the low-hanging fruit, really need to change the mindset. And to change our mindset, we need to do things differently, approach things differently. And as far as innovation is concerned and patents, it's thus necessary to bring about knowledge, to generate knowledge. We all know that one way to do that is through R&D and innovation. There are limitations as far as this is concerned on the public side. We know that in most of our countries, we are facing fiscal constraints limiting the ability to bring about more investments in knowledge generation projects. So therefore, it's crucial to be able to provide incentive and stimulate innovation to close the knowledge generation gap and to provide incentive in the private sector. And that's why I was speaking about patents, because when you talk about patents, really, in the end, we are also referring to how the private sector would like to get back their investment in that, have a return on that. Now, I'm sure that today and tomorrow you will address many issues, delicate issues as well. When we talk about patents, we know that we need to address the very fine trade-off between stimulating innovation and making sure that the consumers are taken care of on the price side. Now, this is a general discussion within the medication field in Latin America, in Argentina, for example. There's a great deal of talk about the trade-off in that realm. We know that there have been patents that have led to a very robust pharmaceutical industry. And at the same time, this has resulted in very high medication prices in the region. Therefore, it is crucial for us to understand the patent issue. And I would like to celebrate the organizers for addressing this issue on the agenda. Now, we have these aspects such as the theory of change, the vertical linkages between innovation and patents. That's theoretical, of course. And then you need a practical component as well. You need to have a system that will provide the institutional framework for all of this chain to allow for this to bring about the final impact, which is greater growth. Now, as an institution, as a group, we have been helping Chile to adopt this comprehensive vision for the entire process. This involves support for developing the Ministry of Science and Technology back in 2019, and we would like to continue supporting Chile in these endeavors and other countries throughout the region. We believe that the bank's commitment goes beyond financial support that we are able to provide. We know that we have the potential to convey good experiences and good practices to the other countries and hopefully replicate these in the different countries throughout the region. This is something, well, this is where our commitment remains and where we as an institution may add value. Now, without further ado, I would like to thank ECLAC and the European Patent Office as well for allowing this opportunity for dialogue to take place. This is so crucial for the ultimate goal, which is growth. And I would like to commend all of you for joining us here. You are generating knowledge, you're applying knowledge, and you are making all of this feasible. So kudos to all of you and have a very fruitful event.
Muchas gracias, Fernando.
Thank you, Fernando. And now Mr. Esteban Figueroa Nagel, National Director of INAPI. You have the floor. Thank you, Maximiliano. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to first thank Mr. José Manuel Salazar Siriñac, Executive Secretary of ICLAC. Thank you very much for your remarks and for your organization's commitment to organize this activity. Mr. Marco Inas, who is also a representative of ICLAC, Mr. Fernando Quenin, IDB's Chief of Operations and Acting Representative in Chile, thank you for your support and for your presence. And of course, Mr. Antonio Campino, who is the EPO President. It's an honor to have you here with us in Santiago. To all representatives of innovation agencies, the international organizations, and innovators that have come from all corners of our region and of the world, may all be welcome. On behalf of INAPI, I'd like to express my sincere thankfulness to ICLAC, EPO, and IDB for inviting us to the seminar and for trusting Santiago as the venue of this strategic discussion. The fact that we're here today with such diverse trajectories, but with a very common agenda, is in itself a very promising signal. I'd like to especially recognize the president of EPO, Mr. Antonio Campinos, for his distinguished presence and for his leadership exercised in favor of Latin America. The relationship with EPO has a very special meaning for Chile. About 34% of patent requests that we receive at INAPI come from members of the European office. That percentage is a very concrete expression of trust that we treasure very much. But beyond numbers, what we do appreciate, of course, is the nature of this relationship. A cooperation based on genuine exchange of methodologies and mutual recognition of capabilities and the respect for the realities of each institution. The fact that INAPI acts as an administration in the context of PCT is the direct response to deliberate investment on our own capabilities, and it is also the result of the link with the EPO. I'd like to share a few thoughts now that I believe are at the base of this meeting, that innovation in general does not happen spontaneously. It arises when the institutional conditions are there for it to happen, when an entrepreneur or a scientist or a company with a clear vision have also access to funding, to knowledge networks, to markets. And most of all, when they have the certainty that the system will support their effort in the face of risk. Creating that favorable environment is the biggest or most relevant challenge for public policy making in Latin America. And in that system, industrial property, patents, brands, and designs perform a key role, not as a end in itself, but as the driver that mobilizes the necessary resources to make the innovation process sustainable. An efficient system sends clear signals to the market. It confirms that it is worthwhile investing on creating value and on creating, and that knowledge, local knowledge, is respected and protected. In that context, the industrial property offices perform a role that goes way beyond the formal request. I am fully aware of this because sometimes there's a very narrow vision of what we do. A modern office must exercise a dynamic influence on the full ecosystem. Its criteria provide legal certainty. Its expeditious work do have an impact on investment decisions, and the dialogue capability with local innovators, specifically with SMEs and entrepreneurs who do not have legal teams, determine whether industrial property is an inclusive tool or is a privilege that is reserved for a few. Strengthening the capabilities of our offices is therefore a innovation policy decision, because when one office weakens in its examining function, the impact is not only limited to the institutional contexts. Legal certainty is reduced in the ecosystem. There's erosion of the systems and the incentives of the private sector in order to build their own capabilities. And lastly, it does have an impact on the competitiveness of the country. the office is not one more stakeholder in the system. It is the backbone on which the rest is supported. And quite the opposite. An office that is connected with the production local fabric can provide the strategic support that is absolutely necessary. It can provide advisory to a scientist or to an SME in terms of how to protect their intangibles and to compete globally. That proximity, that installed capacity in the different territories is a value that is built based on years of investment and that no alternative formula may substitute. This seminar will address specifically these matters through a very well-structured agenda. In the next minutes, we'll get to know the joint study between EPO and ICLAC that identifies opportunities in industrial property intensive sectors and to formulate very concrete recommendations for decision makers. Throughout this day, we'll discuss the key topics: driving innovation among SMEs, financing based on intangibles, and technology transfer. And we, of course, will have the privilege of listening to young inventors that have been awarded the EPO award that will describe that behind processes and standards that are actual people whose projects rely on the soundness of our institutions. Dear friends, all of you, we have a very intense day ahead of us. A room full of world-class professionals and a huge challenge in terms of developing our region. May you all be welcome to Santiago. I wish you a great seminar. Thank you all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Esteban. And finally, I'd like to offer the floor to Mr. Antonio Campinos, EPO's president.
Director Marco Ginás,
Mr. Fernando Conin, Esteban Figueroa, distinguished directors and representatives of the national offices of industrial property and intellectual property, distinguished representatives of the academic world, of the innovation agencies, of the research centers, and of the industry, distinguished guests. First of all, allow me to thank ICLAC and the IDB for this event. It's an honor to be part of this very important conference. I hope your conclusions are able to provide a reinforced framework for technology development of the region or Latin America and the Caribbean. And I hope this conference will only be the beginning of a new stage in the history of the region. This week, I will also have the opportunity to visit the very large telescope and the extremely large telescope of the ESO from Atacama Desert in Chile. The world can explore the cosmos. And if that in itself is something absolutely exhilarating, that makes these telescopes to be truly exceptional, because a patent is not only a legal document, is one of the ways of turning research into technology and technology into outputs and products that reach the markets. Let's take the example of EcoAir in Colombia, founded by Mariana Perez. She was a finalist of the Young European Inventor Prize in 2025. What started as a project, school project actually, inspired because of air pollution in her community, became a company that develops industrial materials that are biodegradable based on captured contaminants. Intellectual property supported that entire journey, from the first patents to attracting investment and its international expansion. It is a good example for me in terms of how technology protection through patents can help transform general ideas, generated in a lab into solutions that have a real impact. At the same time, the study shows that these benefits are still being distributed unequally among regions in the world and different industries. In the US, for example, the industries that intensively use patents and rights generate close to 25% of the US GDP. They account for about 17% in the European Union and 13.6% of the GDP of the manufacturing sector in Latin America. We observe and we see the same pattern in commercial transactions. In Europe, the industries that make intensive use of patents account for more than 60% of exports. In Latin America, products associated to patented technologies account for 7% of exports and more than twice of the imports. In other words, the region consumes twice as much technology and products compared to its imports. And this is also reflected in the patenting activity. Between 2011 and 2020, more than 500,000 patent requests were submitted in 9 countries of the region. However, those who requested in the region accounted only for 13.5% of these requests, a very minor proportion to the actual contribution of the region to the inventive activity in the world. This is a familiar risk, one that we know in Europe as well, because in many technology areas we end up importing most of the goods that we help invent. But this risk also reveals an opportunity, and that takes me to the third aspect. The study reveals a potential that has not been tapped into entirely. In 2020, the proportion of technologies invented in the region was almost 80% higher compared to the proportion of patents those owners ended up being in hands of stakeholders in the region. But there are particularly encouraging pieces of information which are a clear opportunity for Latin America and the Caribbean. Universities and public research institutions account for 1/3 of innovation, almost 1/3 of innovation, which is a much higher percentage compared to European Union data. Talent and knowledge characterize Latin America and the Caribbean, and this represent actual growth opportunities for GDP and employment. And this is what the fourth industrial revolution is offering us. We do not need decades of heavy duty industry to become leaders in innovation. We live in a time and in a world in which the path to innovation may start simply with a computer and an internet connection. The issue is how to allow, in these new times, more younger women researchers, startups, spin-offs, micro SMEs, and technological SMEs that can emerge, scale up, and generate value. That is precisely one of the significant issues that are gathering us here today. And in many ways, the challenges that Europe is facing are not different. With this in mind, please allow me to share some thoughts about our experience in Europe. Today, EPO gathers 39 member states. Tomorrow, it's going to be 40. each one with our own industry, with our own industrial fabric, and we have our own national priorities, of course. From the beginning, the objective was never to replace national systems, of course, by a centralized structure. That has never been the idea. The idea was to build a two-tier connected level, national level and European levels, in which EPO and national offices perform supplementary functions and reinforce each other. Because at the end of the day, we serve the same users, and that's why we share tools, standards, training, experience, knowledge, uh, and also the support of national authorities. Of course, and we do the search about patent requests nationally from more than 20 of our member states. That is also the logic behind our program for reinforced cooperation. EPO is working tightly with offices throughout Latin America, and we hope in the future, near future, to work with the offices in the Caribbean, exploring new alliances, even through validation agreements. Our cooperation framework that is the one that is most advanced. At the end, these systems are valuable because they offer something that is essential: high quality in the quest and the examination, and in the end, legal certainty for those who invest on new technologies. And that is fundamental because patents provide investors more confidence on their investment on R&D and supporting companies' growth. Also, there are startups, universities, and research centers that are connected, and they can find partners and take technologies to the market. At EPO, the quality is at the base of that trust. Our more than 4,000 examiners have access to the largest document collection regarding the state of the art in technology, more than 180 million patents, scientific papers, and standards that are available, as well as the zero-based search engine that is based on AI. Besides, each request is assessed simultaneously by a specialized examiner panel regarding the technologies present in the patent request, which is unique in the world. What else? In 5 months from the presentation of the request, users receive a report about the search and a written opinion, preliminary one, about the patentability of their invention, which 5 months, which offers both to inventors as well as investors more clarity and certainty from a very early stage. And that is key. It is true, of course, that in Europe, startups that file patent requests have 6 times more probabilities of attracting venture capital that is key for their growth. However, this legal certainty is important in itself. It's not enough, though, if the technology companies cannot grow and scale up. That assumes reducing the fragmentation of the markets, gaining in scale and lowering protection costs. That was the main motivation behind the creation of the unit patents in the concept. A single path, a single request in order to protect a specific investment by patent in 18 countries in a market of more than 300 million people, with a court and reduction in the cost of maintenance there, at the same preserving the classic path and the national context. And the reaction of the market was impressive. But for me, not really surprising, particularly the role of universities, public institutions, research centers, and micro entrepreneurs and SMEs. In a year's time, the proportion of requests for protection versus classic European protection went from 30%, which is a significant figure already, to almost 50%, and it's still growing. And the interest from Latin America is even larger. The adoption between requests in the region is over 70%.
And in the end, those who can will. So if the number of patents is a key figure, it's really only important if the technology actually makes it to the market. Because if it doesn't, there's no wealth generation, there's no job creation, and in one word, there's no innovation. So just one example. The World Wide Web was invented by a European at CERN, a European think tank. Despite that, the main web browsers are located to have their origin in California, Silicon Valley. And so industrial leadership, scientific excellence both call for something more than that. They call for awareness, support, training, networks, partnerships. And through our academy, or through academia rather, and our network of more than 100 universities in Europe, we are working towards boosting the number of individuals taking part in training programs at EPO. Participants from Brazil, Chile, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil take part in courses with regard to how to manage IP, how to come up with patents. And so this is very important for boosting networking throughout the region. Now, we continue to be open to all of the Latin American Caribbean countries that have not yet taken part in these activities. Please, we encourage you to do so. And so there's a network with more than 300 plus patent related organizations known as PatLips. We have made the patent system closer to startups and entrepreneurs. And what started as a patent library in patent-related information has evolved and has since become something much larger. These centers help individuals from starting with research all the way through evaluating patents and coming up with an IP strategy and other aspects. Now, this approach, the scope goes beyond Europe. Actually, this network allows technology transfer offices and European universities to work with African universities as well. And I think there's true potential to create networks and provide support for similar networks in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is yet another area in which EPO can work with partners from the entire region, sharing experiences and tools and knowledge, all which are necessary for local innovation to emerge and to scale up and bring about value within the region. Because good decisions start with good information at the core. That is another one of the roles of the EPOS Technology and Patent Observatory, that is to connect patent info with technology trends, financial and economic information as well, through studies such as the one we will be talking about today. We also have created the Deep Tech Finder, which is a free platform involving more than 13,000 startups and spin-offs coming from European universities and public and private investors. And there is a wealth of creativity, scientific capacity, and talent in Latin America. The opportunity now is to better link up these capacities with the key partners and to ensure that we come up with technology and commercial products that bring about better and more employment in the LAC region, that lead to wealth for and of the citizens. And we can only do this by doing away with fragmentation, boosting scale, and boosting access to investments and financing, and reinforcing the science and technology think tanks. Now, when ALMA was set up here in Chile and connected to radio telescopes globally, the scientists were able to capture the first image of a black hole. Now, together, telescopes from different continents actually came together to create this virtual telescope that's actually the size of our planet. And I think this is something crucial. And this would not have been possible without our networks. And we have all worked together in the best possible way. And in continuing to do so, we will be able to boost our own institutional individual capacity and boost our collective capacity as well. So by way of cooperation models that will facilitate access to good quality patents, we will be able to free up resources that could be earmarked for supporting inventors, startups, researchers, SMEs, so that they can take research in technology and turn it into successful commercial products. There are many different possible paths forward, many of which are within our reach. So sharing tools and data, connecting research up with technology partners, building capacities, building more tighter ties with partners are part of what we do. It's also important. And with this spirit in mind, EPO is ready to continue moving in this direction with you as our partners so that together we can go further and to continue to reach the stars. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Antonio. Quiero recordar
Thank you, Antonio. I would like to remind you that simultaneous interpreting services are available. Be sure to choose the language on the touch screen at your seats and on the platforms, and you can retrieve a headset at the main entrance to the conference room. I would like to be quite diligent in terms of the scheduling, but if we could provide some time to Mr. Linas, Marco Linas, for some welcoming remarks. Thank you, Max. Thank you to all the panel members, and thank you to everyone joining us here. I know there are more than 140 individuals joining us online regionally. Now that clearly speaks to the overwhelming interest that these topics have found throughout this region. Now, I think everything has already been said, although allow me to take the floor to refer to one of the concerns that was expressed by all of the individuals speaking before me. And I am referring to the growth challenge, common challenge that we all face throughout the region. The executive secretary was quite poignant in describing this. Our region, LAC region, is facing these three traps. We have low capacity to grow, excuse me. He also referred to productivity that is practically stagnant and stalled today and maybe even dropping. And so that is a challenge that ECLAC has been focusing on, and we have insisted on how our countries and territories need to scale up and improve their productive development policies. Based on this new vision, this new policy vision that includes joining efforts on a variety of different fronts. And one of these fronts is science, technology, and innovation. And that is precisely where intellectual property comes into play as a key core component for bringing about this fine balance that involves having the right incentives for innovators and inventors, and having the right capacity to have knowledge for better productive development. So today and tomorrow, we will be delving quite deep into different assessments and evaluations, but I would like for this to be more than an opportunity to delve deeper into our knowledge as to the status of the region in these topics. I would like for this to provide you with an opportunity to discuss how to best move towards action. So ECLAC is a partner for you. We are a partner for developing greater insights on these various topics, and we are also a partner joining you in the various actions you're taking on the different fronts, because we know that to the extent that we are able to improve our production development policies based on science, technology, and innovation, and a robust intellectual property system, we will be able to change the course and change what we're doing in the region, and as such, secure greater levels of well-being for all of our people. And I have always mentioned that this is why we are here. This is the purpose of our discussion. So I wish you a very fruitful, productive discussion today and tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you to the 4 or 5 speakers for their excellent opening remarks. You have painted the scene for the discussion to take place throughout the day. Now, in order to begin the dialogue, we have a new study to talk about. This was a study conducted by ECLAC and the EPO. This will be the conversation piece, one could say. And the purpose of this is to talk about the new framework for innovation, intellectual property for productive development and sustainable growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this will also be food for thought for the future. Paul Wander from UN ECLAC and Jan Meunier from the EPO will be delivering this presentation. Please come up and take your seats at the head table. I would also like to remind you, those of you joining us online, that you can submit your questions using the platform you are currently connected to. So without further ado, allow me to give the floor to Jan and Paul, and do not forget to make use of the simultaneous interpreting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos y todas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are very pleased to be here today. This has actually come to fruition, and I feel like one could say this is the end of the road, but as Marco said, we want this to be the starting point.
We can have a common language for this session. But again, we're very grateful for the cooperation with EPO, with the American Development Bank, and frankly, with all the staff that's around the fringes of this space, both physical and virtual. Thank you. So I'm going to make a suggestion to Jan next time, and that is that we don't give any notes to our bosses. Because I think everyone stole the headlines from the title, from the study. So maybe we can coordinate on that in the future. The point of this study, as has been mentioned, is to do something very difficult. It's to quantify something that's intangible, putting value on ideas, putting value on innovation. This is something that has been tried many times. But I would just guess that it's never been done correctly. This is another one of those failed attempts, but we think it's very interesting, and we think it's getting better over time. The key to this study is to, as I said, to link innovation to production, to see how we can link worlds that speak sometimes 2 different languages. Sometimes one world is legal, another world is more based on economic outputs like employment figures, production figures, etc. And the key step to doing that is to find a common ground to communicate between the 2 worlds. So at an abstract level, this sounds complex, but then at a technical level, this is all about correspondence tables. So if anyone is familiar with that, I'm sure they've seen this type of work before. And in fact, our colleagues at the EPO are, I would say, experts in this. We know that information IP systems are drivers of productivity, but how much do they matter? So that's the question that we're trying to get here. On a specific level, what we do is we identify on the one side trademark and patents, which, as we mentioned, are just 2 of the subset of IPR in general. And we trace them and we link them to a series of output variables that are made up at a very highly granular level. Work done by our statistics division here at ECLAC. So we have 136 manufacturing sectors, and we link those to patent and trademarks in the region. This allows us to make some insights that seem obvious, but it also gives us some new insights and points in new directions in terms of what policies can do to do many of the things mentioned in the first panel, which is to give innovation the economic output it deserves in the region. The headlines have already been stated more or less, but out of the 136 manufacturing sectors that we have, 44 of them are what we call IPR intensive. This means that there are more than the average number of patents per worker in this sector. These are divided between patent-intensive sectors and trademark-intensive sectors, and the 44 is the combination of those two sets. These sectors are important. They amount for 168 million workers, which is about 13% or 12.4% of employment in manufacturing, and 13% of the value added in manufacturing, which leads to probably the most important point of the study, which is that these sectors tend to be more productive, have higher productivity, and these are the sectors that ultimately will drive a productive transformation in the region. So if those numbers seem small, let's just say they're very important as well. Another key takeaway from the study has to do with salaries. Everyone wants good jobs, everyone wants high-paying jobs. These sectors have those types of jobs. We have a wage premium of 32% in IPR-intensive sectors, and that surges to over 50% if we just focus on patent-intensive sectors. So I just gave the regional overview. This is based on 9 countries in the region. But as we always say in CEPAL, these regional numbers hide what is really quite a heterogeneous situation underneath. So what we have here are the countries in the study plotted with manufacturing value added on the horizontal axis, and the share and value added from IPR industries on the vertical axis. And what we can see is that Mexico, for example, stands out as a country with high manufacturing value added as a percentage of GDP. This is something that's well known, and it is actually part of their strategy, which has to do with maquiladoras, which has more than 60 years of history. So we know that Mexico focuses on manufacturing. But as we can see here, the share of value added from IPR-intensive industries is low in Mexico, and this isn't the cause, but it's more of a reflection of the type of manufacturing that exists in Mexico, which is very linked to trade with partners to the north. Then we can have, say, a middle category in which we find Brazil and Argentina, which have moderate shares of manufacturing presence within GDP, and also moderate shares of value added from IPR-intensive industries. This tends to make sense with other parts of the narrative that we experience. We see these two countries very active in certain sectors. There's promise there, but we're still waiting to make the jumps that we'd like to see. A final group, we can call them niche experts. We have Colombia, Uruguay, and Chile could maybe be a part of this group. These are countries with very small shares of manufacturing in general, but even though those shares are small, they do tend to coalesce around sectors that are IPR intensive and therefore share these positive characteristics that we mentioned. So at this level of granularity, I'm going to pass the floor to Jan to get into some more details.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So Paul has introduced IPR-intensive industries, has shown how important they are in terms of contribution to productivity, wages. And in the next few slides, I would like to discuss more their participation in trade and innovation and knowledge transfer at the global level and at the regional level. And for that, let us start with trade, actually. It has been said already this morning. IPR-intensive industries in the LAC region, like other manufacturing industries, are facing an imbalance. There are more imports than exports, so it's a strong pattern. It's interesting though to look deeper into the structure of this pattern for these industries. And starting with the imports, you can see actually on the slide that these industries import a lot from Asia. Actually, an increasing part of their inputs from Asia. That's the main partner for most of for these industries in most of the region's country. But close behind, you have Europe and the US. And while imports from Asia are mainly focused on digital technologies, equipment, they are much more diverse in the case of Europe and US. So also equipment, but also chemicals or healthcare, for instance. The pattern in terms of export, if we turn now to the performance of these industries in terms of export, is different depending on the countries that we consider. There's a special case of Mexico, already mentioned by Paul, which is very close to the US. So we see in the case of Mexico, it's also illustrated on the slide, a lot of imports from the US and exports to the US. But this is a special case, and if we consider the rest of the region, we see quite an interesting pattern, actually. While ordinary, I would say, manufacturing industries, though, that are not particularly reliant on IP, export abroad, export in the rest of the world, we see quite a significant regional trade in the case of IPR-intensive industries. So typically from large countries like Brazil or Mexico, they import from the rest of the world and then export to the rest of the region. So we have actually the basis of an internal market, an internal trade in Latin America when it comes to IPR-intensive industries. And this matters actually because this is conducive to knowledge transfer, or this has the potential actually to foster knowledge circulation or knowledge transfer in the region, which brings me to my next point. So I've been talking about trade. More generally, not only goods are circulating, but knowledge, and this is even more important. To emphasize how much important that is, it is estimated that about 90% of productivity gains in OECD are due to knowledge transfer absorbed from abroad. And when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. No country alone is able to invent everything. The best strategy is to absorb what is invented everywhere. Today's the game is about being quick and effective in absorbing AI, for instance. So this matters. And we also know that the circulation, the global circulation of knowledge takes place a lot through trade in technology-intensive goods and foreign direct investment. And these are typically facilitated by intellectual property. And so it makes sense to look at flows of patent applications between countries. And this is what we propose in the study and on this slide. And when you look at patent applications to the region, consider the origin of these patent applications, you see a pattern that reflects a bit, but not fully, what we saw with trade. Actually, you can see that patent applications to the Latin American region are largely dominated by the US and Europe. So the inventions are coming from there, not so much today from Asia. That may be changing, or that may change with Electrotech, for instance. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that these patent applications are not evenly distributed across the region. They are mainly concentrated towards Mexico and Brazil, the two largest economies in the region. And this typically reflects their role as a hub for protection and for commercialization. And this, by contrast, reflects the issue of having a small economy in attracting knowledge transfer through patented technologies. And an interesting evidence of that is that actually even within the regions, applicants from the rest of the LAC region are filing more towards Mexico and Brazil than the opposite. So the knowledge flows are going in that direction towards these two countries. And this is worrisome, or this is a concern, because this is not conducive to knowledge transfer across the entire country, the entire region. I mentioned that patents are channels for technology transfers through trade and foreign direct investment. There's a condition for that, they are absorptive capacities. So that there's a local capacity to innovate, a threat of imitation, and that justifies actually using patents or other IP rights to protect the knowledge that is transferred. And to enable it, where the absorptive capacities are needed to enable it, this knowledge transfer in the first place. So we also looked at that. We looked at the capacity, the innovation capacity and knowledge absorption capacity of the local ecosystems. And it was also said already, but let me elaborate a bit on it. We see a very consistent pattern across the region that shows that there are indeed innovation and absorptive capacities in the region. And this is firstly illustrated by the strong role of universities and public research institutions. They generate about 30% of domestic patenting, which is quite significant. And most of their innovation efforts are geared towards technologies that are relevant to IPR-intensive industries. So this has potential actually to build these industries. A contrario, the high share of public research institutions shows or means that the share of local companies, of innovation by local companies, remains relatively low. This is the weak point. This is the blind spot that needs to be addressed. And it was said also, this is a matter of a knowledge transfer from these universities to the market, to the industry, to entrepreneurship, bringing innovation to the market. Another very interesting piece of evidence of the local innovation capacities is the role of inventors. So that's first testament to the capacity, to the performance of universities in producing skills, right? Inventors. We see that the contribution of the region to global inventions is about 80% higher than the contribution of the regions to patents filed from the region. So actually a lot of inventors are innovating on behalf of foreign companies that are not located in the LAC region. So that is clearly evidence of a potential for innovation that is tapped elsewhere, or partly tapped elsewhere. And even more interesting, this potential is especially high in key technologies, well, some related to mechanical elements or transport, but mainly digital technologies. So you have it highlighted on the slide: computer technologies, digital communication, IT methods for management, typically the technologies that are driving the fourth industrial revolution and that enable very fast innovation and commercialization. So here, again, there is huge or very significant potential for local innovation. Actually, local innovation is happening, but simply it's not patented by the local inventors. I would like to use the last analytical slides to wrap up a bit the points I just made. On this chart, actually, you can see a map of co-invention by teams located in different parts of the world. And so you can see the flows actually of collaboration in R&D between inventors. And the pattern is quite clear and simple. You can see that two countries are co-inventing in the region. Brazil and Mexico are co-inventing a lot with the rest of the world. And when I say the rest of the world, it's the US and Europe, very consistently with what we saw in terms of patenting. So there is a lot of knowledge flows of R&D collaboration between the rest of the world, Europe and US, and these two countries. And this also reveals some blind spots or some missing links. The first one is that we don't see a lot of co-innovation with Asia. Right? So there is not so much knowledge flowing from the imports of goods from Asia as of today. Maybe it will change. It will change probably the day when Asian companies invest in production capacity on site in the region. And the other thing is that the other countries of the region do not benefit that much from knowledge flows from the rest of the world. As we have seen, it's very much related to the small size of the economies, which is less attractive, less conducive to patenting and to knowledge transfer. And the last observation is that there are few, actually, flows of co-innovation between the region's countries. And this is perhaps the main gap and the main potential. We have seen that in terms of trade, you have actually intra-regional trade in IP-intensive industries. This is not yet reflected in terms of intra-regional innovation collaboration. And this is probably related to this also point we have just seen, that knowledge for the moment or innovation is very much taking place in universities, but needs to reach the market and reach the industry. So a lot of food for thought. I hope it was not too much in a few slides, but certainly it provides valuable insights for policy. And this is the area of Paul, definitely. So Paul, over to you.
Bueno, muchas gracias a Paul y a Jan. Ay, perdón.
Sí, aún falta, perdón. Puedes tomar un café. No, thank you very much, Jan, and thank you for listening. This is, to put it quite frankly, the most important slide, but the most difficult. How do we take that diagnostic and put it into practice? What are policies that can do something complicated? Before I was talking about these two worlds, one maybe a legal, the IPR world, and the other, the development economists world. Both are linked kind of by this one variable, which can be simplified in patents. But for one, that's an input variable, and for the other, that's an output variable. And I think my main point that goes beyond this slide in terms of policy perspective is to treat patents as an output variable. They reflect long and arduous chains of interactions, systemic interactions. They depend significantly on capacities, which is something that Jan mentioned, which we think is very important. So if we want to strengthen these types of systems in the region, we need to think about those underlying variables perhaps first, and that of course depends on the country that we're talking about. But more specifically, what we've seen in this study that IP is relevant in the region. It's linked to important sectors, to sectors that are and will be part of productive transformation. But still, the second half of the picture is that they're weakly connected to many other important elements. We see there's an outflow of inventors, of creative thought. That's something that would not be the case in an ideal system. So in order to unite those worlds, we think the first strategy is to leverage the public research that's available. It's come up many times that universities are leading actors in these systems. They're leading actors in IPR systems, but they're also leading actors in innovation systems in general. So this is a core group. In fact, I believe we have some representatives from tech transfer offices of local universities here, and that's an important group that we'd like to engage with more in the future. We also think that regional integration is key. This is another thing that's been mentioned several times. It came up in our conversation earlier, the idea of scale. Scale is more and more important, and it's more clear that it's important. And I think there are initiatives regionally to make these processes easier, to take advantage of scale and markets, but they're still incipient and need work. And finally, to capture a higher proportional share of domestically created assets, we need better financing. This is something we're going to talk about later in the first session. We need more effective interfaces. We need better governance. We need better instruments that support domestic co-development, licensing, and firm formation in areas where these capabilities are blooming but need an extra boost. Recommendations are very difficult, but this is the general part. Later, I think part of the idea of the next steps would be to take these and dive deeper in terms of sectors, in terms of countries, markets, etc. But thank you for now from our side, and the floor is yours, Max.
Ahora sí, muchas gracias a Paul y a Jan. Estaba preocupado de la hora yo, pero estamos muy bien de hora. Tenemos un...
Schedule. We will be holding a break in 10 more minutes, so allow me to take some questions from the audience present here. I have a few questions, so please raise your hand, introduce yourselves, and then you can ask your question. While you're thinking about your potential question, allow me to read the question online. Actually, Maria Jose Garcia, go ahead. You've been recognized.
Sí, buen día. Gracias por la presentación.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Maria Jose Garcia, the Sub-Director of Patents at INAPI Chile. I would like to know the following. When you gather the information, how do you define which sectors are IPR intensive? From a methodological perspective, how do you define those sectors?
Gracias, María José.
Thank you for the question, Maria Jose. I will take one more question, and then someone over there in the back, what is your name and what organization do you represent? Camilo Trigueros, I'm the Executive Director of the National IP Registry in Salvador. I have a few questions. First is related to how EPO or EPO and ECLAC could contribute to the country's ability to generate patents. I know that the study is quite clear as far as the situation is concerned and the impact that patents have on the local economy and national economy. Despite that, I think once the speaker wrapped up his presentation, he talked about the how, and a lot of us are interested in the how. We do not, we come up, we're not necessarily the policymakers, but we have to figure out how to make these policies work for us. And I think the figures have, once again, confirmed what we have suspected, and that is that patents play a very key role in our economies. And at least as El Salvador is concerned, we tend to receive more IP than issue IP or generate patents. Now, maybe that's about the what, and we're interested in how to do this. And I know that this study involves 9 countries that have been actually able to close this gap and have more patent applications coming from within than from abroad. And that's what many of our countries would like. So that's my question/concern. Thank you for inviting me. And unfortunately, I was unable to see the full presentation because of my distance from the screen. So it would be nice to have a copy of that presentation for the future. Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 questions, and there are 2 questions coming from the platform, and I think they're very closely tied. to the ones we heard here. Maria Jose was acting about how, methodologically speaking, the study defines the IP intensive sectors. And there's another question stating that, could you perhaps elaborate more on the better pay figures, better salaries, or better salary figures that referred to, excuse me. And then we just heard from El Salvador, how can you support the countries in coming up with more patents? There's another online question that says, what concrete steps should ECLAC and IPO take in order to coordinate the creation of a regional Latin American, Caribbean patent mechanism that would reduce the administrative costs and would accelerate the number of patents and allow universities and SMEs to protect their inventions through a single patent application? So, or a single application. So there are we've some excellent questions here. Hopefully this will trigger a good discussion.
So many thanks for the questions. I will start with the question on the methodology. So this study is based on a relatively standard methodology for identifying IP-intensive industries. So they're identified in terms of value added per employee. In terms of a number of intellectual property rights per employee on average at the level of the industry. So this is the standard methodology used in European studies, in US studies, in other studies. The challenge is how to do that. In that case, we have used concordance tables between the patents and trademark classification and industry classifications. So it's not one-to-one. It's not one-to-one concordances. It's probabilistic concordances, technically, but that makes it possible actually to map the IP right classifications to industry classifications. And so EPO could bring this expertise in the IP classification, and ECLAC could bring the expertise on the side of the industry classification.
Ahora salto a la pregunta de cómo hacer que los países de la región patentan más. Una pregunta muy fácil. Solo diría, creo que hay mucha gente en la sala que podrían tener una perspectiva y probablemente en algún grado tendrían razón. Simplemente yo diría que patentar más me parece una de esas cosas que haciendo un esfuerzo directo puede que no tiene mucho impacto. Creo que enfocarse en variables más al fondo podría tener un impacto.
Bueno, es una pregunta muy fácil, como dijiste, pero claramente yo pienso que, a ver, hay mucha investigación en las universidades y en los organismos públicos de investigación, ¿verdad? Y por definición, los investigadores no quieren enseñar su investigación a nadie, porque temen, lógicamente, que esa investigación sea robada. Pero si el INAPI, por ejemplo, se acercara de los laboratorios, se acercara
Institute of Intellectual Property, let's say if they were to speak with the investigators, it's likely that the researchers rather could show that information to INAPI. And so INAPI could be a bridge and could determine whether or not the research project could result in something patentable. And then the researchers could also specialize in terms of the importance of patents. Now, patent offices need to be located near the universities where the technology and innovation is actually being generated. That's one starting point. I'm sure there are more, but that's one at least. Thank you. I would just like to add that we haven't said everything. There are many direct ways to boost patenting. For example, there are incentives that countries can bring about through their innovation agencies. These are often linked to publications, and they could also be linked to patents. That's very important. And we have seen that there's a larger number of countries and instruments available to work with these incentives versus other already existing ones. But I just wanted to go back to the point that it's not just about the final outcome, it's also about the context, the environment, and that is very clear. I think this meeting is an excellent good step because my other recommendation is that patent offices and innovation agencies need to be more in contact and have better communication because these are the two key players in this whole system. Thank you. Okay, we are on time. Of course, someone was saying that these are easy questions, but the answers aren't so easy. And we know that there are many different factors involved. And clearly, this region has very few patents. And figuring out how to increase the number of patents is the issue. We know that some developed countries have also very low levels of domestic patent applications. And that the level in, as I mentioned, developing countries is can be very low, the level of patenting. And as it is in the region, it's not about having a lack of innovation. I think it's about being able to identify, capture, and then commercialize what we're doing here. Okay, so it's 10:30 on the dot. A break is scheduled, a half an hour break. So we will reconvene at 5 till 11, 25 minutes to enjoy a cup of coffee out in the foyer and network. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
More. Let's do.
Are you supposed to start, Max?
¿Y sí me escuchan? ¿Sí?
Can you hear me now? Okay, let's start with our first session today. Our first session runs from 11 to 12:15 about science, technology, and innovation support and financing for intellectual property. We will address one of the major challenges in implementing development policies, how to transform knowledge and investment into social and economic value. We will focus on innovation, financing, IP evaluation, and support mechanisms for technology marketing, especially addressing the needs of innovators and companies in the region. Without further ado, I'd like to offer the floor to our chair, Gonzalo Rivas from IDB. And I will not introduce each one of us. It's several of us. This would take 5 minutes. So the best is for each one to introduce yourselves, Gonzalo. And at 12:15, we will close. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Max. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. As Fernando said, it's a room with such history and with so many friends and new friends. Today, this morning, we heard a lot about the idea that what we need in the end is an ecosystem that can promote innovation, and that the intellectual property offices are a significant aid in that, because they are able to ensure to turn what's being developed as investments or ideas into assets themselves. But behind all that process of who develops innovation, there are other stakeholders and actors, that other players that are sitting at this table, which are the innovation agencies, scientific research, promotion offices, and technological research in our countries. And the idea of this part is to combine those two approaches. What innovation agencies are doing to promote and foster a more widened use of patenting is expensive. So part of the patent issue is that many times those who have developed an innovation do not have the resources to do it. Also, with international relevance, is even more expensive. And also, not necessarily everything that is patented ends up having an impact. Most of the patents, in fact, many times do not lead necessarily to a true impact on our economies or societies. And the intellectual property offices, of course, among other things, are the ones that issue patents, but they can also provide a series of services that help the rest of the system to better understand where the knowledge lies for certain important areas, important for research, important for innovation. So there's the chance of a degree of a much tighter collaboration compared to the one we see sometimes in our countries. So part of this session topic is to discuss the experiences of the IP offices and the agencies. But just to start, we are going to offer the floor to Jan, who is going to deliver a brief presentation about innovation, patenting, and productivity. Please, Jan, you have 10 minutes, I believe.
I will start by sharing the experience of the EPO. Sharing the European perspective and possibly in doing that, addressing one of the questions that was asked in the previous panel about what kind of initiatives of actions about the how can be done. For that, I have a few slides, but I can start already. Let me start by quickly introducing or reintroducing the EPO and the history of the EPO. EPO is not that old an organization. In fact, it was created in 1977 after a long time of long negotiations, as usual in Europe, with a limited number of member states at the time, but the number of member states has dramatically increased in the meantime. And today it's possible with the European patent application through this collaboration to file patent application and obtain patent protection in up to 46 countries, including our 39 member states. What is the logic that is behind is that collaboration was deemed relevant actually to facilitate access to patent protection in Europe. So the European patent system does not replace the national offices, but it's a coalition of the national patent systems, and that makes it possible to achieve scale and impact. Very practically, scale in terms of expertise. We have more than 4,000 examiners. Each one's very specialized in a specific technical domain. So this makes it possible to achieve quality, to respond to any type of invention in any field. And also by joining forces, we have much more capacity to develop tools, service support, such as documentation. We have the largest collections of documentation in the world, actually, which to assess the prior art. And we are also developing many tools using our capacity in IT that are further shared with the member states and even beyond. So collaboration brings scale and impact. Still, when the European patent system was created, that collaboration was focused on the pre-grant stage. So basically receiving patent applications, examining them, granting possibly the patent, and then the patent would be validated in the different member states. And a very important step was achieved only a few years ago, the creation of the unitary patent. That makes it possible with one European patent to obtain a unified patent protection in 18 member states of the EU, so a large part of the single market. I mentioned that because it's an illustration of the time it took actually to get there, another decades of negotiations, and it's still ongoing. Possibly there will be more member states joining the unitary patent in the future. It's a long journey, the journey of collaboration. Why does it matter for Europe? Because we have seen that already in the first session. patents are increasingly central in today's economy. And in the case of Europe, this can be seen in the figures. Patent-intensive industries generate 18% of GDP, 60% of the exports of the EU. So they are very exposed to global competition, but they are also the backbone of the EU economy. More than 50% of intra-EU trade is generated by patent-intensive industries. That's mirroring what we have seen discussed this morning already on patent-intensive, IPR-intensive industries in the LAC region. And these industries consist in part of very large companies, but also increasingly of smaller companies embedded in local ecosystems together with universities. And this matters a lot today because, as you probably know, the European industries are challenged. The traditional industries are challenged in the global competition, and they have to reinvent themselves. They have to adopt quickly new technologies such as AI. And very often the solution does not come from the giants, but comes from the small companies, from the startups. And our challenge at the European level is to make sure that this ecosystem of startups, universities, spin-out flourishes. And for that, they need, among other things, a good IP system, a good patent system, not least to access funding, to access finance. And this means that we at the EPO, together with our member states, have also a role to play in sustaining these ecosystems, these small companies. And we have built it up over time in collaboration with the national offices. And what I can share today is a quick overview of the different initiatives and levers we have put in place to support startups and access SMEs and access to finance. This has different dimensions that reinforce each other, and each of which is very important to the process of commercialization and access to finance. And I would start by perhaps the oldest initiative, a very important one. It's the European Patent Academy as a tool for training. Training in IP is extremely important, not only for strict IP professionals like patent attorneys or patent examiners, but as IP is becoming a tool for the economy. You also need people in marketing, people in finance, people in contract law to have good notions of IP. And likewise, you need the IP professionals to have good notions of finance, of commercialization, to be able to successfully bring a technology to the market. And this is what we are proposing with the European Patent Academy. We train the IP professionals, the patent attorneys, but also a wide spectrum now of professionals that are closely or remotely related to IP. As a further layer of the tools we have put in place is a network of 300 so-called PatLib centers that are spread regionally across Europe in our member states that have access to tools, to patent information, to support local entrepreneurs, local researchers, private investors, students. They are often located, but not necessarily in universities. These are a way to channel also the access to training and to further share knowledge, training and advice. A third layer of support is digital technologies. So it's not new, but it's definitely more important than ever and accelerating. And it's a catalyst for the other, for the local support and for the training. For instance, now, thanks to digital technologies, our European Patent Academy can reach a much wider audience because the content, the training is online, is digital, can be shared, can be replicated. So we multiply impact. And likewise, the PatLib centers have access to the tools, the databases that we develop at the EPO. We make it available to these local antennas. To give a few examples of digital tools, we recently, in the past few years, created a legal interacting platform. So using artificial intelligence for external users to consult a patent law. ESPASnet is our global search engine for patent information. And you have on screen a photo of the DeepTech Finder, a tool that was mentioned by President Campinos this morning, where we map systematically track all startups and universities in Europe that file patent application with us and make them visible for investors. And we have the feedback from investors that this matters to them. They are sensitive to the signal of patent protection. A last dimension I would like to mention is awareness raising. It was also evoked this morning with the Young Inventor Prize. Actually, we have various initiatives, the two most important ones being the European Inventor Award and the Young Inventor Prize, that are meant to raise awareness on IP and the importance of IP beyond the strict circle of IP, and especially in the youth. That's extremely important for people in the future to have the reflex of protecting, of using IP to protect and commercialize their inventions. And I would like to conclude on that very quickly. We have realized over time that one of the challenges that we have at the EPO, but more generally in the world of IP, is to break the silo, to not only talk with people who are IP professionals, but to convince investors, universities, policymakers of the importance of IP. And this is why the EPO created the Observatory on Patents and Technology 3 years ago, which is meant as a platform to engage on projects, on studies like the one we presented today, with stakeholders that are not the usual suspect of the IP world. And that's a very powerful way to have impact. And that's a model, I think, that is useful beyond Europe. It's very important for the IP world to reach out beyond its usual frontiers. Thank you.
Perfect. Oh, wonderful. You did. Perfecto en tiempo. Bueno, ahora entonces vamos a pasar a la parte de las agencias, ¿no? ¿Qué están haciendo nuestras agencias de apoyo a la innovación, quienes proveen financiamiento justamente a los innovadores, en materia de uso de este tipo de herramientas, si es que además están financiando o no están financiando, por ejemplo, el procesamiento de patentes? ¿Cuáles son ejemplos de cómo esto ha llegado al mercado? El uso que ha tenido, la importancia que ha tenido el manejo de la propiedad intelectual, y bueno, cuáles son las lecciones y casos concretos con que nos podrían iluminar para dar ejemplos de. Son 6 minutos por cada uno y vamos a partir entonces con Bruno. Por favor, Bruno, tú mismo te presentas de FINEP. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you for having me. I'm going to speak in Portuguese, sorry, but I think it's going to be okay. Eu sou o Bruno, representando aqui a FINEP, uma empresa pública do Brasil. E do que se trata essa empresa? A FINEP, próximo slide, por favor. A FINEP é a Agência Brasileira da Inovação. É uma empresa única no Brasil. E por que ela é única? Ela foi criada em 1967 e faz parte do Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação do Brasil. E ela é única porque é capaz de apoiar a inovação desde a ideia até a comercialização de produtos. Então, a FINEP é uma empresa que abarca desde o apoio à pesquisa básica, aí nós estamos falando de universidades e centros de pesquisas, passando pela pesquisa e desenvolvimento, com apoio a empresas nascentes, até o lançamento de produtos no mercado, apoiando grandes empresas. E quais são as formas de financiamento? A FINEP possui vários produtos para atender a cada uma dessas fases. Nós temos basicamente 4 formas de se financiar, 4 tipos de recursos. Um não reembolsável, voltado para instituições de pesquisa, institutos de ciência e tecnologia. Nós também temos investimento, equity para empresas. Nós atuamos também com grants, com subvenção não reembolsável para empresas. E, por fim, o financiamento reembolsável para empresas, o crédito loans. E com essas 4 formas de financiamento, nós conseguimos promover o desenvolvimento da inovação, conforme eu vou discutir aqui mais detalhes, de uma forma que toda essa trajetória da empresa, toda a trajetória da inovação possa ser contemplada. Esse gráfico é importante para mostrar como a FINEP foi aumentando a sua importância no decorrer do tempo. É um gráfico que talvez não dê para enxergar, mas trata-se do orçamento disponível para a FINEP, de acordo com o Fundo Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia. Nos últimos 6 anos, houve esse fundo dobrou de tamanho, sendo que atualmente
Fund has doubled in size, and in 2026, FINEP had roughly 20 million reals in funding, which is equivalent to $4 billion for technology development.
eu trago estudo que foi feito pela Universidade de Campinas com 1.000 projetos.
I am going to now refer to a study carried out by Campinas University that assessed the different projects and their impact. And what we're interested in here is that the number of patent applications has increased significantly thanks to FINEP. For example, for companies receiving grants, there has been a 400% increase in terms of patent applications. There was a more than 200% increase, as well as patent applications that were funded. And as far as intellectual property is concerned, Brazil is a South American country with the highest number of patents achieved in recent years. And these patents are primarily held by universities. And despite an increase in the number of patents, we have seen that
Conforme foi visto em outros painéis. O que eu quero trazer aqui é o seguinte.
There is a limited number of individuals in charge of this. Now, although Brazil does have a large number of patents, and it's important to have this funding, this has not necessarily translated into innovation. Despite an increase in the number of patents, Brazil still holds a quite modest ranking in terms of innovation, ranked 52 on the Global Innovation Index. Keeping with our most recent survey, Chile actually was ranked better than Brazil in this Global Innovation Index, revealing its better position. So what has FINEP done? I'm going to quickly go through this, and then I'm going to refer specifically to IP activities. Now, we conducted this interesting program to provide specific support for intellectual property in order to stimulate technology transfer. There was a call to companies to submit proofs of concept for patents already registered with universities. So this was one way to directly link universities with companies. And so this FINEP-sponsored activity aimed to ensure that the companies would acquire knowledge so that they could test out the innovative projects. $145 million were made available for this project, and there was a great deal of demand reflecting the relevance of this activity. 1 million reals were requested and 35 projects were approved. Here you have the results, a variety of different products and different sectors. Here I just want to point out biotechnology. This was a biotechnology initiative using natural inputs. There was another project making it possible to use different compounds for a variety of different batteries, as well as other high impact projects with a significant social impact. And
Através do uso
I am available for questions, of course. We know that it's necessary funding to exist, and we should have ongoing budget availability over time so that there's no disruption in the project process, so that they're not interrupted midstream. It's also necessary for investments to be made so that this old concept of the triple propeller or triple helix continues. It's also crucial to work closely with the public so that we have greater instrument integration, excuse me. Thank you.
Y los investigadores no necesariamente van a desarrollar
Thank you for those remarks. It's interesting to see what you have done. And thank you for referring to this idea of matching companies with funders. Now, very interesting. Now let us hear from Panama. We will hear from Maria Gabriela Alvarado. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for allowing us to be involved in this very important conversation. Now, for 20 years now, the Panamanian National Secretary for Science, Technology, and Innovation has been working quite diligently to grow our system. And we are very proud to say that we have a robust system, more opportunities for science, technology, for business, innovation. We also have new research centers involving public institutes, and all of this leads us to talking about intellectual property. We are generating a great deal of knowledge, and we work with well-renowned international institutions. So it's time for us to take all of this innovation to the market now. Now, on this slide, what I want to do is to talk about the business innovation boosting tool that we have. This is the program for promoting business innovation. Let me refer to what happened back in 2025. We received 369 proposals, and this was actually a record, and 42 proposals were funded, and many of these are in the evaluation stage and awaiting allocation of funds. What's interesting here is that the ecosystem is well suited and prepared to innovate, and there's a great deal of demand for these call for proposals. Now, as far as expenses are concerned, the legal fees for patenting is covered. And it's not always that obvious, so we need to make that clear. And we need to reinforce this aspect when you draw up the wording for a proposal. You need to be more intentional, and it would be helpful. We know this is helpful for our companies. That's why we are referring to the importance of making this very clear. We have also two what we call Fab Labs, which are institutions forming part of a network funded by SINACIT, and these are located nationwide. I think it's a very important laboratory for fabrication for manufacturing, and it's a source of innovation that should be fostered even more. Now, there's a lot of information on this slide. Just let me refer to some specific aspects. We have partnerships with academia and scientific and productive sectors. For 20 years now, for example, we have been working closely with the Chamber of Commerce, Industries, and Agriculture of Panama for awarding the National Award for Business Innovation and Expo Logistics. And we also work closely with the IDB with ADP, and we have held training for high-level executives in AI. We work with regional competitiveness centers as well. I know this is all very interesting and quite relevant in showing you that the ecosystem is ready. Here you have some examples of some projects that have received funding from our organization. This one organization called Clandestino makes furniture with 100% recycled plastic. And Clandestino was able to receive financing for the legal fees for some of its chairs. They're currently engaged in that process. There's another 3D online marketing and sales platform for real estate called House D. And they have received funding. This has been crucial for their activities and for their trademark, and they aim to patent. And here's another company called Luciérnaga that makes plants out of 100% recycled ocean plastic. And they are currently working to secure a UL certification to sell their products in Canada and the United States. And again, these lamps are made at the Fab Lab at the Technological University of Panama. It's very interesting. Another example is a Georgia Tech Panama program, traffic flow analytics. It's currently in the proof of concept stage for vehicle detection and classification using technology, and they are conducting tests in specific areas throughout the country, and this may lead to an interesting registrar. And I'm running through this. There was an ideathon and a hackathon for the agro-industrial value chain. This is a collaboration with the Japanese aid agency, and we did this in 2 different areas. We think this is an interesting example of how we are seeking innovative solutions for the sector and then replicating these. There's another example, which is Smart Coffee Farm for sustainable development. This was launched by a former doctoral fellow of CINASID, Dr. Jose Gallardo. And this is an example of how intellectual property has been crucial for strengthening the coffee national country brand. And this has been, the Panameña coffee is so well known and for our technology transfer activities, so much so that in October of this year, one of the most world-renowned coffee conferences will be taking place in Panama. And if you want to come visit Panama, that's a wonderful time. And then finally, in closing, I would like to mention that we are working with the IDB to train business managers based on scientific and technological strengthening. And we are creating new incubators as well, in addition to technology transfer offices. This is through our office at CINASID. So we think this is an excellent opportunity. The timing is wonderful. We have a great deal to learn in terms of intellectual property, learn from other advanced countries throughout the region, and we are very much willing to work with you. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriela.
Muy importante todo este último tema de la.
All of this is very important. Actually, the final comment regarding training is crucial. We need to train specialists, particularly in terms of transfer, in order to take best advantage of the research out there and make sure that this ends up as effective innovation. So now we will hear from Sarah Goldberg from ANI in Uruguay. Thank you, Gonzalo. Hello, everyone. It's quite a pleasure to be with you all here to share our experiences with you, to meet you in person. I've jotted down many interesting tidbits to further talk about later. I am here to speak on behalf of ANI to talk about what we are doing in Uruguay. ANI is an institute. When I was going over my presentation, it said this is a young organization, but we're not that young. We're 20 years old. And anyhow, Ani is grown up enough and has had a very interesting life thus far. We have provided a wealth of support to our researchers and professionals, startups, companies, etc., who aim to develop their products and technological processes. We promote capacity and we promote innovation nationwide, linking, as Bruno mentioned, linking this with development, linking the productive sector, academia, the state. We talk about the fourth helix as well because we work closely with startups, entrepreneurs as well. And at least in Uruguay, they tend to be more involved with the intellectual property and the investors themselves in the private sector, but public sector as well. Specifically regarding this development of the innovation system. And we also provide funding, of course, for all of this to be possible. And we also build greater capacity and focus on talent development nationwide. Now, I wanted to talk about the Uruguay Innova program. This is a recent initiative by the Presidency of the Republic. And what we tend to say in Uruguay is that we are a cluster of institutions. We know that other countries have referred to what their state does, and we have a variety of different institutions that are involved in science and technology and innovation. And often they simply do not communicate with each other. They don't know what their neighbor is doing. So there's a lot of duplicity and overlapping of initiatives. So Uruguay Innova is the response to that. So it's a body that emerges as a way to organize the ecosystem of R&D and innovation. As far as intellectual property is concerned, we also work very closely with the National Intellectual Property Organization and industries so that this aspect is not forgotten. So what is the challenge that we face? We are here not only to generate knowledge, but to turn this knowledge into value. We want to make sure that the research, I keep using the first person plural conjugation, but we are training universities, and we want to make sure that there's a linkage with the productive sector. When I say that sector, I'm referring to the public and private productive sectors, and department level, national level, institutes, for example. We know that intellectual property is a key tool for connecting research, market, and impact. Let me just skip ahead a bit to do this well. We think that we view intellectual property as a comprehensive, widespread process involving funding projects that begin with base level research, generating knowledge, going through validation of said knowledge, so that said knowledge may be further developed into potential outputs, potential products that can be picked up by startups. We also refer to intellectual property protection, technology transfer, scaling up. And now for each of these stages, the different steps within the life cycle of new knowledge, we have a variety of different instruments available to support those involved in each step. For example, R&D projects, technology validation. And when I say technology validation, I'm referring to taking the technology and making sure that it will result in potential market available technological application. In other words, we provide support for our researchers and the companies so that they can go through the different levels. And co-investment is also key. We know that the way to better position markets is through knowledge. We are just about to launch a new instrument that we also believe will be very innovative. So as far as patents are concerned, we provide support for patenting. We've been doing so for at least 10 years. When we launched this tool 10 years ago, we were keeping an eye on what Chile and Argentina and other European countries were doing. And we saw that the years were going by and not much was changing. But in the end, towards the end of this 10-year period, there was an explosion of patent applications. And we have run out of funds, luckily, if you will, because that means that we were able to position this idea and it was successful. So we provide funding of up to $30,000 for applicants wanting to have patents. This is for startups or for research groups or what have you. We also request from the research groups and from the applicants why they want to patent their product and what they're patenting. So we've seen a true explosion. So again, the very beginning, we had 2 to 3 patent application request processes, and now it's just exploded. Here we have 2 interesting examples, Kinspio and Exceptiva. They're similar but different at the same time. Now, Uruguay has been transforming its productive structure over recent years. And this is in response to increased innovation. Now, we have in the past, our GDP has been focused on agricultural exports, cellulose exports, for example, and we have seen that there has been a tremendous increase in the relevance of technology-related products. And Uruguay has is ranked as the #1 country in terms of software technology innovation per capita. So we are developing, we work with factory type software, but we are also moving into having patented intellectual property intensive software. So these 2 initiatives were originated in the academic sector, and 2 groups of researchers that actually got together with young individuals representing innovative startups who were developing products, and thanks to Annie's funding, they were able to have the capital seed and go through a validation stage and patenting their products that have actually entered markets in different countries. Here, the startups are very knowledge intensive, and the investors are willing to invest in these types of companies. I think I have 1 slide left. I'm wrapping up. Let me just talk about the lessons learned and challenges. Well, Uruguay has solid scientific technological capacities, and we realize that it's very important to get in early. And we need to make sure that we will be funding something with usable, with feasible intellectual property. So we also know that it's important to strengthen the capacity for technology transfer and IP. We're working on that. And it would seem as though we're talking in terms we used back in the 80s, technology managers, technology transfer, but we're still using the same terms, and there's something that we're not doing right, but we need to accelerate the science-business connection, I think, and to have a scientific sector that will develop solutions, not just based on simple basic research, but in keeping with the country's national needs, and so that we can consolidate instruments that accompany the entire innovation cycle. Thank you, Sarah.
In biotechnology, something that Juan Antonio mentioned from EPO, the issue of using AI is creating a significant impact on the fast development of pharmaceuticals. And this is, of course, flooding patent offices, and there's going to be a significant institutional challenge. So that is the right note to actually offer the floor to intellectual property officers, starting with Maria Jose from INAPI. What types of services are you using, etc.? Can you please discuss in 6 minutes your context? Thank you, Gonzalo, for your introduction. Maria Jose Garcia, Head of Patents at INAPI. And I'd like to thank IDB, EPO, and ECLAC for this invitation. We want to tell you what we've been doing from Chile, specifically regarding what we heard this morning, how the intellectual property offices are one more stakeholder in the ecosystem that is not only in charge of recording these patents, but how we are part of this ecosystem and how we provide services and a value offering to the science and technology innovation and knowledge system. All of us understand that industrial property is not a formality anymore, and our industrial property offices are a critical infrastructure piece to be able to achieve this balance that we heard this morning between protection and access. And for us, as INAPI, and also as a public office or institution, is something that is part of our DNA. As an office as well, today, in fact, we've seen a sustained growth in filings for patents between 24 and 25. We grew by 39% compared to the 2021-2024 period. Is an increase by 41%. However, the proportion of domestic versus foreign is still the same. The world has grown and we've grown as well. And that, in fact, is a significant challenge in terms of what our national director said this morning of legal certainty and being expeditious. And we are working on that. And we've been working in the last few years. Our average time in processing patent is 2.3 years, which is very competitive globally. And our pending stock is dates back less than 3 years, which positions us in a very important position in the region. I'm saying this because, in fact, today, Chile and Brazil have positioned the use of PCT in the region. From Chile, we provide services to Colombia, Peru, Mexico, besides Chile. In order to become or be part of the international system, we have high quality standards in our examinations. And in fact, we do believe that we are an important quality hub in the region. But this, also, of course, is connected with a regulatory and operational streamlining, a much more agile system where not only are we interested or we understand that industrial property is not an end in itself, but it's a means precisely to be able to help innovators in the world of science and technology to, in fact, scale up to this international arena. Now, in terms of supporting innovators, we as INAPI, we play a role in recording the patents, but also a role that we play in developing the scientific and technological knowledge. So in that field, we have a very interesting battery of training programs. We are one of the 19 industrial property academies that are supported by the World Association on Intellectual Property ONP with a permanent offering. We provide training to people not only domestically but also from the region, Colombia, Peru, Mexico, that are coming to Chile, even Brazil. They come to our programs, training programs, both online and face to face. We are also organizing one of the summer programs as well on industrial property. But we have also, you saw in the previous slide that Chile is a very thin and long country. So not only do we have to focus on metropolitan areas where we have the largest filing of patents today. Those of you who know Chile, in fact, know that Santiago, the metropolitan region, Valparaiso, and Biobío are the regions with the highest numbers. But there's lots of research, extremely valuable throughout the entire territory. So, in fact, what we have developed is a regional network of technology and innovation support centers that connect 11 regions of the country where we have support and assistance services to all entities, both public and private, in those regions. So this has been a very interesting work that we've developed because we understand that many times we cannot be next to all researchers to establish and determine whether a piece of research, in fact, has the potential of being protected. But we have strived significantly to generate and build those capacities in our institutions, public institutions and organizations, as well as among academic organizations and institutions. We are also part of the Inventor Support Program, which is called PAI. That is a pro bono program for those inventors who do not necessarily have the resources or the assistance to be able to file their patent requests. And we've had significant results in this program. We also have a strategic advisory program in which our teams in the office meet with researchers and academicians of universities, and we provide them with aid and support so that they can themselves develop their own intellectual property challenges, and a cooperation program that we've developed for 6 years in a row with the ANID, National Research and Development Agency, with a training program that what we call INAPI Running, where we provide support to science and technology-based enterprises in order to develop their industrial property basis. In the logic in terms of how industrial property is part of this strategic decisions from INAPI, we've developed muscle in the patent technology-based patent development, and we have links with public institutions in those areas in which our country has the largest potential for production. Mainly with the Ministry of Energy in Chile, we generated an alliance in the context of the green hydrogen program, and we developed a technological context associated to industrial blending, transporting hydrogen through pipes. It should not only be generated, but it needs to be transported to places where there will be needed. So therefore, it's a major challenge, and how we are able to generate aeronautical fuel, which is also a challenge for our country as part of that industry. In the case of sustainable development initiatives, we worked on identifying the position of our country in the lithium, ammonium, and climate change chains, where we not only produce technological information for production sectors, but we have also connected the different trade associations. All this public information is available on that link that you saw. I think I have one more slide left. That's the one. How we articulate in this system from INAPI, we are working with the Ministry of Science. All our universities receive base funding depending on the number of patent requests or patent filings. For the most complex universities with the Ministry of Health, we are permanently looking for pharmaceuticals patents. We're working with Senabast and ISP, Public Health Institute. And in the new procurement law in our country, there's a new procurement law, and we as INAPI are part of the Innovation Committee, specifically in the area of public procurement for innovation, which is a major challenge that our country is facing. And finally, our next horizon is to focus on, as you know, and many of you know, as IP-backed finance, which is how intellectual and industrial property can ensure those companies that can use their intellectual property assets in order to get funding from the banking system. We believe the future of industrial patents are there for all our colleagues to collaborate in the region. Thank you very much. Very impressive from the creation of INAPI, all that you've been doing and how you've been connected with the rest of the ecosystem and the future of INAPI as well. So let's go now to Paraguay experience.
Y para mover. Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank ICLAC, EPO, and IDB for organizing this conference. It's a pleasure to be here with all the panelists in this very interesting discussion. My name is Claudia Franco, National Director of DINAPI, and DINAPI is the public entity in Paraguay that is in charge of executing public policy related to intellectual or property matters in coordination with the ministries and the rest of the competent organizations. My presentation, I don't see it yet.
Oh. No. Bueno. Como les decía,
So, as I said, DINAPI is the public institution in charge of executing the public policy regarding intellectual property in Paraguay. There are three main directorates: the industrial group, intellectual property, and supervision division. Besides protecting the industrial property rights such as trademarks, patents, industrial models and designs, geographic indications and denominations of origin, has the purpose of fostering the intellectual creation in all its forms, literary, artistic, and scientific, as well as its industrial application, fostering the engagement of the industrial and university sectors in the development of technologies that will increase their competitiveness and productivity, and fostering innovation, research, and access to science through technology transfer, as well as the majority of the offices in the region. Intellectual property in Paraguay has stopped being only a legal protection system, and it's there to consolidate strategic tools in order to foster innovation, strengthen competitiveness, and create the productive transformation that is required by promoting technology transfer of creative and productive industries, creating economic value based on intangible assets. This vision of intellectual property as a strategic tool is developed in Paraguay through our Intellectual Property National Plan, PNPI 2030, that has been running since 2017, is the roadmap of the actions that DINAPI performs and articulates interinstitutional action focused on connecting intellectual property with economic development, innovation, and national competitiveness. Likewise, the National Plan for Paraguay's development, PNPD, by 2050, covers a participatory process that has been taking place in the last 2 years in Paraguay that considers intellectual property as in one of its 4 pillars. Pillar number 2, which is about infrastructure, innovation, and competitiveness, which fosters economic transformation in Paraguay by strengthening its production base, the streamlining of its infrastructure, and the promotion of innovation as a competitiveness drivers. It sets one of its strategic objectives is to strengthen technological and scientific development, innovation in the national quality system, and includes as a specific objective to protect and to promote intellectual property. Why is this important? Because more than 50% of businesses in the world come from those intangible assets, trademarks, designs, data, creativity, software. In Paraguay, same happens. We're going through a sustained expansion process of the entrepreneurial ecosystem of the creative industry and digital economy. More and more entrepreneurs, cultural sectors, and productive sectors, and universities introduce innovation, technology, and intangible assets as strategic tools for competitiveness and value creation. This scenario positions intellectual property as a key element in order to support economic and sustainable growth in the country. From the NAPI, some of the actions that are supported in that regard, you find strengthening institutional governance by promoting coordination initiatives among academia, productive sector, public institutions, and international cooperation agencies. At the NAPI lately, we have reviewed and updated the organizational structure with a clear distribution of roles in strategic planning. We consider the addition of a new general department, not as a support, which is the General Department on Innovation, with the mission of supporting innovation and creativity and scientific and technological development through initiatives focused on building capacity and adding value to the context of intangible assets. And likewise, in 2025, we developed training and awareness campaigns regarding intellectual property, reaching out to more than 15,000 people, especially students, school students, university students, and police forces. Our inspiration was to start the creation of the Technical Institute on Intellectual Property in order to build, specialize, and develop human talent on intellectual and industrial property, on tech transfer and innovation knowledge. Likewise, we made progress in modernization processes and institutional digitization projects by strengthening intellectual property services by promoting more integration with international platforms and systems. Through technical cooperation and the invaluable support of IDB, INAPI received consultancy for its digital institutional transformation, which is a great instrument for our institutions management. From DINAPI, we constantly promote awareness campaigns and training for entrepreneurs, researchers, cultural sectors, SMEs, and also public institutions, understanding that the big challenge is not only to record those rights, but to turn those rights into economic innovation opportunities. In conclusion, in Paraguay, intellectual property is and will be a fundamental tool to strengthen competitiveness and sustainable growth. For that, it will be key to strengthen regional cooperation, to share best practices, and to create more articulated innovation context that are also more inclusive and focused on development, understanding that fostering and protecting innovation also means to drive the productive future of our country. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. So next, the experience of Costa Rica is next. National Public Registry of Costa Rica. Thank you. If you could please show my presentation. My name is Alejandro Ramirez. I'm the director of the Strategic Alliance Office and our academy that is that reports to the Ministry of Justice of my country, and as a support to intellectual property, we turn knowledge, tradition, and innovation into development, competitiveness, and well-being opportunities for our territories. We protect what we are, we foster what we produce, and we project our origins. As a strategic business model, we have tried to do something different, not expecting for those who need intellectual property to approach us as an institution. We have tried to go out as part of our strategies and to find out the needs of our people, because we are the ones who can guide and teach where opportunities lie in order to protect intellectual property. In this way, we've conducted significant diagnostic efforts at the country level in order to get to know a lot of the potential that the region has based on traditional knowledge up to academia and also educational sector. We have also articulated action among institutions by creating strategic alliances with institutions, because we do not need to create new tools or programs in order to support the entrepreneurial sector. It is just about consolidating and gathering everything we had in the country in order to formulate a development policy and to join the government effort of the current administration with a program that is focused up until 2030. In this way, being able to join these initiatives as well. And through the diagnosis and education training, we go into the intellectual property protection, where we have provided also support to sectors, and after conducting an analysis of what all the intangible assets are, that these types of entrepreneurs as ecosystems can have access to in order to contribute internally or as an opportunity for development for exports, for example. We have also provided support in formalizing SMEs, because why doing this? Because this has been a way of demonstrating what would be the best way for them to be able to work and to operate responsibly. Maybe they've needed this support in order to know that from the public finance, for example, and from all the regulations and standards that they need to abide by as a country, they are part of the potential success of intellectual property. Why? Because they need to be applied to projects of production chains, or so they can have access to non-reimbursable funding, but also in order to accelerate their entrepreneurial efforts. We also have funding. We're currently working with banking institutions in order to define the funding policy to intellectual property. That those entities can actually grant credits on the basis of these intangibles. And since 2014, we have a standard that is a real estate legislation in which intellectual property can become an intangible that can also respond in the context of these funding projects.
Costa Rican Bank has also joined these efforts and provides support. We have jointly conducted studies to work with to come up with the necessary standards and regulations for the intangibles once they're on the market. And it's also important to make sure that the companies are aware of the value of the intellectual property. This provides sustainable value for Costa Rica with more protection and more development. Here we have some success stories. I'm going to break with protocol, if you would allow me, because we have interesting projects, and the coffee project is a success story for us. It's not about the amount of intellectual property that we can protect under patents and brands, but this project of the collective brand, a collective trademark, has been launched. So we have the first collective coffee brand under Class 30 for Costa Rica. 200 families are behind this collective brand effort. They produce roughly 150 million cups of coffee, generating 3,000 jobs. It's them. They are the individuals holding the intellectual property. So I am very proud to show their product here. These are the projects that really allow us to shine and to have opportunities to grow, to innovate, to export, and again, to grow. And with that, I would like to conclude. This is truly a significant achievement for us as an institution to provide support for a project such as this one. We have many other projects in our pipeline, but we work with cacao, we work in fisheries, we provide support to all the island dwellers in our country. They have a plethora of marine products and they need support. We also work with rural women and their medicinal products. They all have interesting, innovative approaches and technologies, and these are tangible products in the end that need protection. These are the individuals who require our support. So we reach out to them and we provide them support in terms of financing, innovation, academia, and we add our grain of salt to the national economy. I've always said that if you have intellectual property that's not protected or does not bring about wealth for a country, in the end, is in vain. Thank you. Okay, we are limited in time, so instead of offering the floor to the public for questions, let me just start with the online questions, particularly for the innovation agencies. A great deal of the research conducted in our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean region is conducted by universities, and we've already heard there are difficulties in terms of taking that research and turning it into a value product. So in many of our countries, there has been support provided by the different national innovation offices or efforts to set up technology transfer offices. So the question is actually the following: what assessment do you conduct on these offices' capacity in terms of their financial resources, whether they're actually successful in making businesses come to fruition? So in your experience, how do you view the capacity of these offices and what they're doing thus far in this field? This is an open question to any of the panel members. Allow me to begin referring to what we're doing in Uruguay. It's not maybe the best example, one could say. As I was saying earlier, we have tried to work, we have tried to fund and provide support for these technology transfer offices for roughly 25 years now. In fact, this was one of the first IDB funding initiatives in Uruguay that included a significant portion of support for funding National Technology Transfer Office. And some of the Universidad de República's efforts are key. They have an office, a technology transfer office, but their activities are not, do not cover all of their campuses. So, and it's limited, again. That's why the Uruguay Innova program and the National Secretariat for Knowledge Valuation and Innovation play key roles. Now, there's a recent project that was launched by Uruguay Innova, and that was to create the Secretariat of Science and Knowledge Valuation. I think the name really speaks to the importance of this, of the importance of transfer and valuation. Now, we do have a program that we're working on and fine-tuning over the next few months, and it's a platform for technology or knowledge valuation. Why? Well, everything that we've already talked about here is not widespread throughout all of the knowledge generation institutions. So this initiative that I'm referring to will include a university-supported training component, train individuals in knowledge transfer management. We will also be funding projects to allow that leap forward. This will also involve funding managers, technology innovation managers at university centers. There will also be a very small unit within the Secretariat to provide advice to the rest of the institutions. So it's a work in progress, essentially. Thank you. Would anyone else care to add to this? Or should I go on to the next question?
Acho que é importante ressaltar
In this context, I think it's important to underscore the type of companies. I think this actually mentioned earlier that dip techs have proven to be potential drivers both in the LAC region and in Europe. Drivers to ensure that university originated knowledge reaches society.
consegue captar recursos.
So when companies are able to capture resources and new markets, it's important to showcase these. We have a good example in Chile, the NIPCO. Now, let's imagine that Brazil has the largest number of BIPTECs in the region, but Chile has figured out how to best capture investments in the BIPTECs. A lot of the companies, such as NotCo, are very clear in terms of how to use intellectual property. NotCo was able to was quite successful because they had patented the algorithm for analyzing plant molecules, and FINEP has many examples of how support results in really retrieving this knowledge from the universities and bringing it to society. For example, we have 20 billion reals available, $5 billion for innovation stimulus in Brazil. We have this is part of the new policy called New Brazilian Industry. We have also seen that thanks to this, there's been a considerable increase in the number of patents, but it's even more than that. Let me go back to the point that it's not just about the number of patents. We know that's important for our organization, but what is more important still is the actual knowledge transfer and knowledge generation that is the outcome of that. Thank you. Would anyone else care to comment?
Parece que ya vamos a tener que ir cerrando por la hora.
Go ahead, but we have to close soon. Thank you.
Quick comment on the previous question. So it was said that the patents are an instrument, not a goal per se. And for universities, there is typically a capacity constraint and the necessity to focus the efforts somewhere, to filter, to prioritize. We have the same issue in Europe. And deep tech is indeed a very good way to prioritize. I just wanted to point out that there are other ways to transfer knowledge and innovation to the industry. We have been studying that in Europe, so I can give the figures for Europe. 50% of the patents that come from universities are not filed by the universities. They are filed by the companies working with the universities. And that's a very good way, actually, to transfer knowledge in a repeated manner with long-term partnerships, and the vendor companies are taking up the cost of patenting. So that's a very important channel that sometimes we overlook, and yes, that must be reminded. Thanks.
That's right. The FINEP experience actually spoke to that. Go ahead. Thank you. We in Costa Rica have assessed this issue. We have actually considered having a cohesion model, if you will. We do have some projects at the development level involving public academies that are a seed bank, if you will. And perhaps they haven't actually truly understood the wealth of knowledge they have. And this year, we, with EPO, have started analyzing, understanding the training programs they have, because this would be one way to become more familiar with the different models. And perhaps we could, we know that we could provide support for universities and train students as innovation and technology creators. They often are not fully aware of their potential, the potential of their projects, and they're not really always sure during which stage of the process they should seek out protective mechanisms. So we are working with EPO. EPO is a strategic partner for us in this development initiative. Excellent. Thank you for that. We will continue to figure out how to best address this. All right, then. It's time to close this session. Thank you to all of the panelists for their contributions. It's been fascinating to see the case-by-case experience, and thank you to all of you.
Así es.
Go ahead, Max. Some logistics information. Yes. You will receive instructions regarding lunch outside of this hall room, this conference room. We will be reconvening at 2 p.m. Please be sure to be here a few minutes in advance of 2 p.m. and please be on time. Thank you. We will hear from Nicolo Gligo from ECLAC, who will be moderating the afternoon session. Thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Vamos a dar inicio.
Good afternoon. We are going to reconvene in a very timely fashion, and we will be referring to intellectual property as productive development policy. Now, this panel is of sorts a continuation of the previous panel. However, we do aim to expand the approach relative to IP, and not just as policy that's related to innovation and technology, but related to production development. Now, prior to presenting our panel members, I would like to give the floor to Marco Linas from ECLAC to provide us with a brief presentation in order to set the stage. Go ahead, Marco. Thank you, Nicolo. Greetings to all those present physically and to everyone joining us virtually. I would like to request some support with showing the presentation. All morning long, we have talked about how we need to address patents and IP not as isolated tools, but actually as comprehensive parts of integral policies. Now, at ECLAC, we have been quite explicit in mentioning this need to link intellectual property related efforts with productive development framework policies. In fact, my presentation will focus on that. I will try to double click, if you will, on this aspect that is trying to tie intellectual property with productive development policies. Before beginning the presentation per se, allow me to offer up a rhetoric question so that together we can all come up with some broad stroke responses. Now, I was listening to the panels this morning related to science, technology, and intellectual property efforts throughout the region. And I guess one could draw the conclusion that the region is really doing its homework. So I asked myself, what is missing in our region? What do we need to do so that these efforts will truly be translated into greater production transformation so that we can really, if you will, change the course in terms of productivity, which has been undergoing a significant decline. So this morning I was mentioning that in ECLAC we have talked about how the LATAM region and the Caribbean region are facing these low growth, this low growth trap and other traps. We can see that shown here on the screen. I would like to draw your attention to 2017, excuse me, when global productivity surpassed the regional productivity. And if we really don't step it up, as we say in my country, the region will face major challenges in terms of development. So at ECLAC, we have also been saying for a while that it's necessary to have a production transformation in our economies. Now, we know that this transformation will not take place spontaneously. Rather, it will call for deliberate, explicit policies. In particular, we have been emphasizing the need to scale up productive development policies. Again, in keeping with this new policy vision or perspective, I don't have time to tease out that new vision, but I would like to mention that included within said vision or perspective, we know that these policies necessarily imply joining efforts in different fronts and in different dimensions. This slide is what we call our little home, our building with the different pillars. These are not exhaustive, but we think that what we see here provides us with a good sample of what we need to do in terms of production transformation. For example, you have digital transformation, we have efforts related to closing the human capital gap. There are other efforts related to attracting investment, specifically maximizing the impact of FDI for the benefit of our economies. Here we also have mention of internationalization efforts. Clearly, though, there are two pillars that are related to what we're talking about today. First pillar that we have here refers to science, technology, and innovation for productive development. In other words, how can we take the S, T, and I and use this to really make a difference in terms of productivity? And then the second pillar you see on the screen, as I'm sure many of you would agree, is related to STI, which is a technological outreach. Now, we, though, have not included these under the same pillar, but rather we have explicitly made these two complementary pillars so that our region can bring about early wins with regard to this second component. We want to make sure that companies, SMEs, are available to adopt available technology. Now, as we always say, of course, it's not so much about the individual efforts, but how we pull together the various ingredients as part of a single recipe for greater production development. Now, this, of course, is all founded upon this concept of governance for productive development and productive development as with a territorial approach. Now, these pillars are mechanisms, one could say, and we also have to make sure that the governance involves mechanisms, rules of the game, the policies that will allow for aligning different stakeholders all behind this productive development agenda. Now, above and beyond the specific framework of intellectual property, I wanted to refer to this concept of governance. And having said that, we know that the region is not starting from scratch. Actually, today, there are many countries that have already rolled out production development comprehensive policies, similar to what we at ECLAC are fostering. We have heard Brazil's example of their Nova Industria plan. In Chile, also, we heard some examples related to green hydrogen, to lithium, and then the national reindustrialization policy of my country, Plan Mexico, and then Peru, and the Dominican Republic also has been working on their plan. Uruguay is on the verge of launching a new industrial policy document in July of this year, so on and so forth. We could go through all the different countries throughout the region, and I'm sure we would find examples of this type of effort. Despite this, we have already mentioned that ECLAC, we have already identified many opportunities for improving these efforts and scaling them up. And that is clearly related to this concept of science, technology, and innovation for production. We all also know that the resources we are investing as countries in terms of the portion of investments in STI as a percentage of the GDP leave a lot to be desired, particularly when we compare our countries and our region to other regions. Last year, in fact, we included a new chapter in our flagship document, which is related to productive development in Latin America, and we focus specifically this chapter on science, technology, and innovation with a view to make sure that the impact of these initiatives will not just be focused on growing more resources, but having better design of institutional strategies and instruments and better cohesion. Now, just let me quickly go through some of the components making up this regional diagnosis. We found that, generally speaking, within the region, there were declarative, if you will, STI plans and strategies on paper without the assignment of specific individuals responsible, no budgets, no traceability in terms of progress. And another discovery was, and this was not a surprise, that the STI efforts were spread out among a variety of different agencies and entities, leading to alignment challenges, clearly, and coordination challenges. We also discovered that there was a bias towards basic research and not towards corporate innovation, and that has an impact on bringing products to market. We also discovered that there were a series of programs and instruments that were demand side, but not tied to the strategic sectors or the strategic priorities as defined by a country. What else do we discover? There are many projects out there with low financial support or short-term initiatives, and this very dispersed approach having a negative impact. We also discovered that there was myriad different capacities in terms of design, execution, and evaluation in the different countries, a great deal of heterogeneity. And apart from grants, we also saw that there was limited use of other types of support, such as tax incentives or credits, etc. And now I would like to go from the challenges to refer to the 68 specific recommendations that we have included in this document. And we have grouped these in keeping with the level of readiness of the STI initiatives. We've grouped them under 6 areas of action. And so first, we have a series of recommendations related to how to align STI policies with production development policies. The second area of action refers to reinforcing multi-stakeholder coordination and governance, specifically referring to the university, corporate realm, or company realm ties. Thirdly, we have a group of recommendations related to capacity building, building the top capacities that ECLAC has coined this term TOP, which is a transfer, opportunity, potential, foresight, etc. We have also made an appeal and a call to the parties involved to diversify and scale instruments related to STI. Moreover, we, in this document, refer to recommendations stating that it's necessary to step up the financing for STI, as well as boosting its management and quality. And finally, there's another group of recommendations related to taking advantage of the opportunities that exist. Now let me specifically refer to the role of intellectual property for productive development. This morning we heard about the results of the study. Clearly, these results underscore the importance of intellectual property for productive development. We also heard mention of there are some IP intensive sectors. They pay better salaries, and clearly the region is having challenges in terms of capturing value. We also saw that there was an imbalance in terms of imports and exports of intellectual property, and many of the patent requests or applications come from abroad, from beyond the region. Now, specifically, in order to make progress in taking these instruments, this instrument, intellectual property, and taking it beyond the actual red tape of requesting an application and turning patents or intellectual property into a production development tool, we at ECLAC have come up with some tips, if you will. We know it's important to align intellectual property policies with other production development policies, and to align IP efforts in the countries with other country efforts, countries within the same region, and to align these with standard-related efforts or funding efforts or STI outreach activities. Also, we know that it's important to reinforce complementary capacities in order to have a more robust ecosystem that we have talked about so greatly this morning. And that involves reinforcing applied research capacity, technical assistance capacity, support for SMEs, early commercialization. We've also referred to this triple or quadruple helix, and we also refer to the need to move from isolated instruments toward comprehensive instruments. This involves providing support for companies, technical assistance, the support for SMEs, commercialization, etc. Finally, we have referred to the need to adapt IP to the productive and technological readiness level of the countries. There was a presentation today, in fact, that referred to different authors such as Felipe Guillon and others. There's a wealth of literature out there, in fact, pointing to the need to adapt these instruments, policy instruments and tools to for countries' specific realities and to the different economic sectors within our countries. Now, I would like to wrap up with a series of final thoughts and reflections, which essentially are a summary of what I've already mentioned. Now, I'm sure, I hope you're all convinced that Latin America and the Caribbean need to scale up and improve their productive development policies in order to get out of this low growth capacity trap. And we know that the ministries of finance play a key role. We know it's not just about scaling up resources that are invested in STI, but also to make sure that they're better invested. Now, that involves better investments related to intellectual property, because we know that that's a key component in this regional productive transformation. Now, in order for all of this to take place, as we have described it, it is necessary to have governance rules involving the various stakeholders. For example, we've already talked about today the need to link up science, technology, and innovation offices with the production development sector. Essentially, we have to have all the players seated at the same table. I would like to conclude by mentioning it's necessary to consolidate dissemination actions and other actions, and to look for a way to deeper into the discussion within the framework of the Science and Innovation Conference. Brazil, in fact, will be taking over the presidency, the chair of this conference, and we believe that this is the most appropriate opportunity to continue working on this agenda, the agenda related to greater productivity and productive transformation. And we hope that this, in the end, will lead to a greater well-being for everyone in our region. Thank you very much. And Nicolo, the floor is back to you.
Thank you, Marco. With this, we have set the context for the upcoming conversation and discussion. Just like the previous panels in the morning, we have invited a few representatives of innovation-related institutions and agencies, as well as representatives of Intellectual Property National Offices, Benjamin Baram. He is the president of CONACYT in Paraguay. Fernando Henschel, he is technology head at Corfo in Chile. Enrique Pera from the R&D&I from Argentina, and among the national intellectual property officers, we have the presence of Eulalia Mendez Monroy, who is the patent director of the Mexican Institute of Industrial Property, INPI. Irene Oliveira, she is the coordinator of innovation and intellectual property of INPI in Brazil. Flor Sierra, she is the representative of the RPI, Guatemala. We have prepared a few guiding questions. Ones addressed to the innovation agencies are: how do you introduce intellectual property in your innovation support and production development tools? What type of support do companies need in order to use intellectual property strategically and not only as a protection formality? With those two questions, for our first three guests, I'd like to offer the floor to Benjamin Baran. But before, you have 6 minutes for your intervention, and please, we're going to have to stop you if you go beyond. Thank you. Please, Benjamin. I prepared a brief presentation. While we wait for the presentation, I'd like to tell you that as head of the National Council on Science and Technology, CONACYT from Paraguay, this is an institution that basically caters to the definition of everything related to science, technology, innovation, and quality to help exporting products. I don't know if anybody could show my presentation.
A ver si... Ahí va. Bueno, aquí podemos ver básicamente un...
Here we can see basically a national context of what it is, this system all about, which is about science, technology, innovation, and quality, and how they interact in order to collaborate with the development of the main national indicators in our country. This is where you can see the main indicators to size, for you to size the context of Paraguay. Here you can see product indicators. We can see the number of patents that are requested, the number of patents that are issued, and the number of patents per million inhabitants. And here you can see a situation that, for what we discussed, not only happens in Paraguay, but in many other countries, which is the fact that most of the patents are geared are for foreign entities, and in general, we people of Paraguay are not very used, so it seems, to generate patents. During lunch, we were discussing with a few colleagues about a university that is very much focused on publishing scientific papers, but not very much focused on generating patents. And now I'm going to tell you what we are doing from CONACYT in order to try to improve and change that situation where the technology transfer offices are not being able to increase the number of patents from the country for nationals of Paraguay to achieve a significant percentage. Well, in that sense, I'd like to say that something about the positioning regarding the GDP, considering exports and the economic complexity of Paraguay. Here we can see a few indicators. Because of time constraints, I'm not going to dwell on each one of them, but I'd like to show you that when we talk about economic complexity, how Paraguay compares to other countries in the region. As you can see, in general, the economic complexity index is at the middle level of the chart, a few countries above, a few countries below. But you can see in the last few years, the complexity index grows consistently in Paraguay. In this context, I'd like to mention that basically we have initiatives that from CONACYT, from my institution, we are leading for the productive development through entrepreneurial innovation. In 2017 up until 2025, with the support of IDB, we conducted a project that we named ProInnova 1. This is a project that we believe has been quite successful, so much so that we are already very close to sign the final contracts in order to start the second stage of that project that will be called ProInnova number 2, that we hope this year will become a reality. It's a 5-year period that the contract covers in order to support entrepreneurial development thanks to innovation, and in that way to come up with products that are based on intellectual property. Since ProInnova 2 is a dream that is about to become a reality, but is not yet started, we are still going through the motions of bureaucracy, so to speak. But let me take a few minutes to tell you what ProInnova 1 was all about and some of the main results from it. Here we can see the main objectives of these projects, innovation projects. On the one hand, to foster investment growth on applied research and innovation, also increasing quality and quantity of advanced human capital for all areas related to innovation, and of course, a contribution to improved productivity, which is the ultimate goal that is part of the discussion of this panel. In this context, the main actors or players are basically entrepreneurs because they have the chance of coming up with new startups, the small and medium-sized enterprises that do benefit from the introduction of relevant innovation into their work, universities, because they can also have the chance of participating with their discoveries and their development with their faculty and researchers in supporting all these entrepreneurs and enterprises. Business incubators that already exist connected to many universities receiving the necessary support in order to conduct their work, technological centers and research hubs or centers, as well as public institutions that somehow receive the benefits of all these innovation processes. And in fact, we have a very successful public investment, public innovation investment for the public sector to actually develop significant breakthroughs in their processes and their systems. But unfortunately, there's no time today during this session to discuss the public innovation program. And then everything related to innovation managers and those of us who are working from CONACYT to build the right context. With this, basically in the current context or situation, we are able to attract entrepreneurial innovation, as you can see, $32 from the private sector per $100 that are invested in the public sector. But for a country that does not have a long tradition in this type of entrepreneurial innovation efforts, is already a relevant indicator. We hope we can keep improving these indices with ProInnova 2. And let me mention now, 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes. Well, let me mention then research and development investment, both public and private. Here we can see how in programs such as ProInnova have significantly improved the links in general and specific networks of those companies that actually receive the support from the program compared to those that have not received that support. Here we can see a list of products that have been achieved with ProInnova 1. I can share the details of this. Of course, I'm not going to assign each one of these items. It's just to show you that it was a very successful project for us as a country. And let me mention here that all of this leads us to dream of ProInnova 2 with a series of objectives, quantitative ones that are the ones that we can see on this slide, and that we hope we can start working on this in order to turn it into a reality during the next 5-year period. And with that, I just like to thank you, and I am absolutely available in case you need any support or any type of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Benjamin. I'd like to offer the floor to Fernando Henschel from Corfo.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. First, for organizing this discussion among agencies in Latin America. This is a topic, as Marco said during his introduction, is how we can drive the productive development of our countries in this entire region. As far as I understand, we're all on the same page in terms of that diagnostic. We are stagnant, and the path to get out of this is through the development of technologies or driving productivity thanks to the development of different technologies. And for that, intellectual property or the exercise of trying to find the value in knowledge seems to be the key tool to do this. And I believe I don't need to convince anyone in this room about that. So I will try to focus on an explanation in terms of how we've been addressing this locally here in Chile. In Chile, both INAPI that presented this morning and the Innovation Agency, Corfo, report to the Ministry of Economics, which could be the equivalent to an industry ministry elsewhere. And we do have a Ministry of Science, so we have an agency that supports R&D that has been strengthening the foundations of universities in terms of technology transfer. How can we, and that's also a shared diagnostic in most of countries in Latin America. There's very good knowledge generation, publication indices are very high, but when it comes the time to create technologies or even focusing on transforming to more complex production matrices, we are not that good. So what is that gap all about? At least what I heard this morning from other countries as well. Technology Transfer Office, technology managers. Today here in Chile, we have a private technology association with no funding, with no subsidies. And what they do is they actually leverage the technology developments that happen within universities or technology research centers that are part of universities in many cases. And we have books in all languages to try to go from the lab to the market. And we have used all of the tools and recommendations that we have received, and I believe it's one of the fastest paths to actually achieve this technological development in Chile. We have all the tools available, credits, scaling up, startups, support for the OTLs, patent offices, legal councils. Although it's a well-paved path, it's not the most traveled one. Today, I believe we are 50-50% of the patents that are requested from Chile. Half of them come from academia and the other half come from the private world. The academia wins, of course, but slowly but surely, we've seen a balancing between the private, close to 46-47%. I'm not going to dwell on what happens with patents coming from universities. You know that most of them do not necessarily end up in the shape of a product, that they are very successful cases. When we address the production vocations that exist in Chile, because when we try to address the big problems of the world, we do not have anyone to transfer this to, but we have local companies that do need technology, and that's when the matching takes place. But I wanted to discuss what we have been doing from Corfo, so that from the private world as well, we can increase the patenting rates. And I'd like to say already that although we may increase the number of patents, that doesn't mean necessarily a higher development or success rate, but at least it's going in the right direction. All the instruments we have from Corfo, the Ministry of Economics, that is not coming from science, but what we do is we provide subsidies to companies to do innovation. We start with programs and projects that build internal innovation capacity in the companies. And in that innovation, intellectual property and business model generation are a fundamental part of that package. So not only are we providing subsidies for lab tests, or scaling up initiatives, purchasing equipment, hiring highly specialized human capital, which is needed, of course, but there's other types of knowledge holders which have to do with how do we do that tech transfer. When we look at all the innovation surveys in Chile, we realize that in general, very few enterprises develop innovation, and the ones we do, sometimes they do not find the partners to do that innovation with. So what we did next was to design instruments that will actually connect. We have instruments that were originally developed at universities. Now these are clusters of companies that apply, supported by universities' capabilities, called co-executors by the beneficiary. The ones who receive the subsidies are the companies. And those businesses design the processes that need to resolve, and the companies establish the critical milestones to define the success of these projects, because these TRLs, as we call them, it's a number that is widely used, and when we run a survey in what level of development is your project, they will say that it's higher. So the asset test is conducted by the same company that is supported by these technology centers, universities. I know that that's not easy to reproduce elsewhere. In fact, it was very hard to do it, and it was very hard to convince our Ministry of Finance to keep funding this, because they do use lots of resources, and that's the third factor, to have companies addressing their challenges, being supported by the existing capacities, and the third factor is for them to have enough time. When we have several projects, I know and do appreciate the effort done in Chile in order to push startups, but startups are always in an urgent state. And that terrible urgent is completely asynchronic with the timing or time frame of technological development. So many, they do not necessarily come from the technology world, but a country like Chile, most of its production matrix has to do with agro. If you want to do transformation in agriculture, it might take several years because the biological cycles behind. If we want to achieve an impact on something where we have major capabilities, at least in Chile, and as far as you can see in our neighboring countries, is in biotechnology, well, there are biological cycles that take a few years or many years. And so this hurricane sometimes of fast success, or either fail quick or be successful quickly, it's not consistent with these big changes. And fourth, and I saw it in your presentation, Marco, I believe we are not there yet, and we haven't been able just to do the assessment of this type of project or this type of instrument, because we should also wonder. Universities are measured today, and they're proud of the fact, because they have developed higher patenting indicators compared to 5 or 10 years ago. They are patenting today and they understand the value of creating an economic value based on knowledge, and they know how to do it. So check all of those boxes. But we as a country do not have a tool in terms of to assess the impact on product development of the country, in more so if we want to emphasize sustainability.
No, we know that these are early efforts. We've only been doing this for 10 years, but how many of these efforts have really resulted in having a more complex industrial matrix or grid in Chile, or having companies that grow quicker, or making sure that the country's been able to boost its productivity in the key sectors in Latin America and Chile, which they're traditional: mining, agriculture. All of the economies are natural resource based. That's why we cannot apply these any constraints on production, development, or growth. Because tomorrow we're not going to turn around, at least not in Chile, we're not going to turn around and be e-vehicle manufacturers, but we do have the key raw materials for the global energy transformation or transition. So how can we have these three ingredients that I mentioned early on, right? We need to make sure that at the basis we have technology companies that are able to scale up, and at the end of the day, really change the course for the long term. Thank you.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, Fernando.
Thank you, Fernando. In order to wrap up this round with innovation agencies, I would like to give the floor to Enrique Pera from the IDI agency in Argentina, the RDNI agency rather. Thank you to the EPO and to ECLAC. I'm not going to refer to what has already been said. It seems as though the evaluation is quite similar for all of the countries in the region. Primarily, we know that there's a deficit in terms of moving from scientific knowledge to economic impact, or taking that scientific knowledge and turning it into economic value with impact. Now, in that regard, I would have to say that we are all basically in the same plane. And during the opening remarks, the executive secretary referred to what we've done a bit in Argentina. We have gone from one step to defining strategic pillars that are part of our 25 to 27 framework policy. And these are health, knowledge, mining, agriculture. These are the drivers across the board. We also know that data science, AI, and other components are cross-cutting as well. And they are being leveraged by the major contributors to the country's GDP and to exports. So it's important for efforts in a context where we're fiscally restricted. It's important to take the resources and really hone them in, focus on areas where we have a competitive advantage. In that regard, the agency is involved in this innovation ecosystem with when we provide a tool and other tools, financial, non-financial, to support the various stakeholders in the ecosystem.
Tenemos para los distintos actores dentro del ecosistema.
As mentioned, we provide different tools to the ecosystem stakeholders so that they may close the gap that we've talked about, or polish their difficulties and have a better connection with the different players along this throughout the system, such as universities, or essentially trying to create synergies. So at our organization, we provide instruments such as different financial support, grants, or reimbursable financial resources and other types of tools to to reinforce these ties that we think are missing in the ecosystem and that we think can take the scientific knowledge at the lab level and allow this to lead to technological development and then subsequent market placement, for example. Now, in that regard, we know that intellectual property is no longer just about legal protection, but rather it's a means to reach the end of the line, I guess one could say, the final stage in this sequence. Now, we have a variety of different IP protection mechanisms, for example, involving confidentiality and other aspects. And when we involve instruments calling for more than one stakeholder, these lead to incipient developments.
Lo que es apoyo a investigación
So we have programs aimed at think tanks and universities that require private participation as well. In other words, companies that are interested in applying the research outcomes. In other words, we want to make sure that the companies are able to see the potential of participating with its own staff members or through other resources. And as a result, well, we know it's important for on the side of academia or the think tanks to understand how they can work closely with the partner company for this transformation. And in the end, this allows for reactions, or rather relationships that within this ecosystem that maybe would not have emerged. We know that it's hard to do away with the traditional structures. And so we have these instruments that lead to these interactions. As far as we have startup programs and other programs, depending on the technological development, that depending on the TRL, will, well, with the different requirements, right? Helping the products get to market. As we know, every development takes its own time. There's inherent risks involved usually. And so we aid them along the way. And we work with public-private partnerships as well. We bring together the different stakeholders to facilitate the discussion and the actions, helping them figure out who's going to define the strategy and take the necessary steps. So that's, in that regard, we think it's also important to bring about these discussions. Perhaps that's what's missing, generally speaking, within the ecosystem. We know this discussion is one part of the recipe, but the magic, if you will, but there's more to it. It's not just about coming up with financial support mechanisms, but to facilitate these connections between intellectual property institutes, or we also focus on mentoring.
Etapas del proceso desde que
and be involved in the entire sequence of steps. We also think it's important to make sure that there is combined instruments, and not just financial instruments. We have conducted assessments on the ecosystem, and the first question is usually about financing. We all need financing. All the players in the ecosystem need funding. But what else? We ask them, what else do you need? And often it's about networking or ties. They do not necessarily have access to the right players sometimes they mention training or mentoring programs as one of their needs. So it's important to reinforce these ties for better outcomes. That's essentially what I wanted to mention. Thank you. Oh, you have 1 minute left. Okay, that's fine. Again, that's essentially what I had for you. Again, these opportunities are crucial. I will leave here with so many different ideas and potential tools to roll out in Argentina, and very appreciative for having been invited. Thank you to the authorities.
Muchas gracias. Con la intervención de Enrique terminamos este primer set de
Thank you. With Enrique's remarks, we have wrapped up the first component of session 2. We've heard from the LAC Innovation agencies, and now we move on with national IP offices. How has the role of your offices changed to allow you to better contribute directly to innovation and productive development? And how have you used patents and other intellectual property tools to foster greater policies? And what do you think is missing to create stronger ties? I think these are very large, wide, broad questions. So let's start with Eulalia Mendez.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes. Un poco comentando el tema ya.
Now, we've already talked about the ecosystems. We've heard that the various countries face most of the same problems. So what are we doing in Mexico? Now, for the first time, innovation has been raised to the national plan and program level. And we need to come up with affirmative actions to provide incentive, not just for the domestic market and for greater incentive for public purchasing. So we work with 3 key actors, and we need to make sure that they are pulled together. On the one hand, universities, we've already heard on several occasions about the importance of universities, and we've also heard that a high percentage of the innovation in our countries is originated within universities or public innovation centers. And what we did in Mexico, we took CONACYT as a center or a council and turned it into a state-level secretariat.
It's a state secretariat from which all the innovation is generated in our country. And from that secretariat, together with the INPI and Ministry of Economics, there were important measures adopted, such as fostering or incentivizing researchers, not only because of their publications or for achieving a certain score because of those, but due to intellectual property, either patents, designs, or industrial or trademarks, and also intellectual property. The national research system recognizes intellectual or industrial property as a high score, and it's an incentive. So inventors, researchers are not exclusively thinking of where they're going to publish, but they're thinking of how they're going to protect before publishing. The next thing that will happen in Mexico, based on Mexico, is to come up with incentives for those who invest. So those industry ones, the strategic sectors are identified in our country where we intend to create actions to make our national markets more robust. We will incentivize that industry that already has innovation and patents, mostly. From public procurement, even we start creating the environment of domestic industries so that we do not necessarily rely on foreign entities, but that we internally come up with our own innovation. Because we saw in all statistics, of course, the requests and concessions in terms of patents usually are higher than numbers when they come from abroad. And what are we trying to boost is a focus on domestic markets. For 2 years in a row, in 2024, we achieved a significant record in terms of increased national patents. 125, the same thing. We increased that number by 200 or something, and this year we hope we are able to increase it again. What's happening? We are slowly approaching. Not only do we protect the individuals, or we protect through the wording of documents. Now we see face-to-face with researchers to be able to have a much faster process in granting the patents. We organize early encounters and meetings with researchers and with our examiners in order to strengthen that growth in the number of patents that are granted for our nationals, without neglecting, of course, all those requests that come from abroad. If foreigners want to protect something in our country, it's because we are providing them with enough legal certainty for economic development from within. An important point as well, also streamlining legislation is important. In the case of Mexico, we modified our industrial property protection legislation. We also published our regulation connected to that act. All of this under the principle of transparency, simplification, not only for those who are going to be able to invest in our country, but those who develop innovation. Clear rules, transparent rules for everyone for simplification purposes. This considers the increased national production that is based on innovation. What does this mean? We're going to achieve administrative simplification, not only in the initial formalities, but in all chains, of course, including public procurement. Like all governments in Latin America, we also buy innovation.
El crecimiento contenido en estas cadenas globales de
The knowledge in these global value chains are there to boost our production and manufacturing processes that we need to think for the future. Also, from our Secretariat of Economics, we're achieving developments and affirmative action that are quite clear. At INPI, we have the 6th edition of an award that boosted Mexican innovation. It's a trigger because we try to generate the innovations that are coming from academia and even from the independent context. This award has been supported, and now it has our Secretary of Economics did this generating methodology. Not only are we awarding this to the innovators themselves, but there will be some actions. We have this initiative which is called InnovaFest. InnovaFest is a articulation platform to strengthen the ecosystem. That is to say, we connect all these innovation projects that come up at different stages of the country to strengthen its scaling up, but also to acquire financing. Funds that are there to support. Every time that you ask at which TRL you are, it's a complexity. So what are these barriers? knowledge that we are creating needs to be boosted. And from the instances, to be able to identify what is the value, how you can value all these innovations that are going to be generated in the countries. How are we doing in time?
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Okay, I'd like to offer the floor now to Irene Oliveira from INPI Brazil.
Muitas graças. Boa tarde a todos. Eu gostaria de começar Nacional de Propriedade Industrial do Brasil.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the Brazilian Industrial and Intellectual Property Origins Agency, I would like to thank you for the invitation. And I would like to refer to what the INEP is doing in terms of using data related to the industrial assets in Brazil and how we have used these data strategically to build production development in our country. Now, I don't have much time, so I have chosen just a few INEP initiatives over the last few years. I would have to say these are the most relevant ones in terms of data usage and using the technological data information that we have been able to extract from patents. And this is the best example of what has been helpful for public policies. Now, for example, one of the INEP first initiatives was launched last year when we pulled together the two key INEP data analysis departments, the Economic Assessment Department, which worked with statistics, and the other Technological Analysis Department. So we created a new area, these two areas, which is what we call the Strategic Intelligence in Innovation and IP area. Now, we were able to combine information relative to technological data pertaining to different patent assets. So not just patent assets, but all IP assets. And combine this with economic indicator data for more robust studies and results relative to intellectual property. It's important to mention as well that the studies that we conduct close to 8 in different strategic sectors for the Brazilian government. And these are studies that are aligned with the Brazilian industrialization policy that was already mentioned here, the Nova Industria. And this strategy includes 6 key areas such as agricultural, health, defense, bioeconomy, as defined by the Brazilian government, different strategic areas that is for the country. And we conduct these technological foresight and intellectual property analysis studies to have a better idea as to the status of IP in these industrial areas in Brazil. We also want to determine what our vulnerabilities are, our skills, our best skill sets and bottlenecks. In other words, where we can develop niche markets and where we should invest more. These studies are the foundation for public policies. Often the government will charge us with or hire us to conduct specific studies. There's another interesting initiative I wanted to refer to, and that's related to sustainable development. The INEP has an area where we develop technological observatories, such as the European Patent Office. And in 2024, we launched a Green Technological Observatory. So within the INEP, we have a page, a website, where we monitor sustainable technology in Brazil. We have this interactive program that allows us to identify the key domestic and foreign stakeholders. What areas are they engaged in? When have they issued patent applications, whether these have been approved or not? And we are able to download all of these data to work with these. And the users can also use these data. So it's not just government agencies using the data, but other users. At present, we have two panels. One is related to sustainable agriculture. That's one of the key areas of the new industrialization policy, and the other area is related to alternative energy sources, and this is also related to the new national industrialization policy. There are other two initiatives that I would like to refer to. These are related to the economic analysis conducted by the Institute. 2 years ago, in 2024, the INEP developed the Brazilian Innovation and Development Index. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this index, but in any event, it was an in-house development by the INEP. And the idea behind this index is to understand the overall status regarding innovation nationwide. There are certain sectors throughout, regions throughout the country, we have more or less innovation development. And so we realize that we don't need to have generic across the board policies for innovation development, but region-wide policies, because each region has its own individual challenges. So we came up with this index. It includes more than 30 economic indicators broken down into 7 key areas. And through this index, we are able to identify the main weaknesses or vulnerabilities and the strengths of the different 27 states in Brazil. The goal is to develop specific regional public policies, and of course based on the various regional asymmetries that we have. The idea is also to decentralize innovation initiatives in Brazil. There's one final initiative that I want to refer to, and I'm not sure if we will have time to talk about this later, but even still, I wanted to mention it because starting early last year, we began launching a series of studies related to the appraisal or monetization of IP. Hence, we have several studies underway. Last year, we published an ebook on IP monetization or appraisal or valuation. This provides a guide, a manual for startups so that they can better understand how to best assess and appraise their IP and their assets for technology transfer. So this ebook is a manual, as I mentioned, a user manual. And we are also launching courses within the National IP Academy aimed at monetizing intellectual property. And early this year, we launched a tool for the evaluation of patents and trademarks. This is another tool developed by the INEP economics team. At first, it was only used internally, but after a certain period of time, we made this available for the general public so that they can appraise their IP or monetize it. And we have also worked closely with financial institutions and banking industry who have provided support to make sure that IP can be better used as a financial tool. I'm not sure if I left anything out. Allow me to wrap up by talking about the importance of using IP asset data that we have in Brazil. It's important to use these data strategically and to make sure that the data is made available for outsiders, free of charge, that is. This is one way for the INEP to be better positioned as a key player in the innovation ecosystem. And that's my presentation for you.
Flor Sierra, del
registro de la propiedad intelectual de Guatemala.
Gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Es un gusto, de verdad, poder ser parte de este panel tan distinguido, aprender de cada uno de ustedes y también pues compartir. Ya hemos compartido durante la mañana y un poquito durante el almuerzo y agradezco mucho los aportes de cada uno de ustedes para mi persona y pues de alguna manera también para nuestro país. Traigo una pequeña presentación únicamente para no extenderme muchísimo más porque creo que podría llegar a hablarme si no me pone quisiera hablar justamente de la propiedad intelectual como esa herramienta de desarrollo productivo específicamente en Guatemala. Es importante mencionarles que en esta nueva gestión, tanto del registro de la propiedad intelectual como del Ministerio de Economía, ya que somos parte del Ministerio de Economía, vale la pena mencionarles que siempre he dicho que no es una casualidad que seamos parte de este ministerio, ya que creo que la propiedad intelectual es una pieza fundamental para la economía de un país, para que pueda darle certeza jurídica a aquellas personas que quieren invertir en nuestro país, pero también para poder promover la innovación y las competencias dentro del país también, ¿verdad? Quisiera contarles que pese a que la denominación de nuestra institución es Registro de la Propiedad Intelectual, hemos tomado total conciencia y control de que no somos únicamente un registro, que valga la redundancia, registra marcas, patentes de invención, en el caso de Guatemala también derecho de autor y derechos cómicos, sino que hemos tratado de darle esa...
And we have tried to provide that new approach.
In full extension of that concept and considering everything that relates to the intellectual property branch of our office in the country, I wanted to show you graphically that we were just a registry and we protected these assets that I mentioned, and that we conducted all the necessary administrative formalities regarding to those renewals, annual fees, etc. However, now we are focused on product and development, technological development, digital transformation, and also institutional articulation. Currently, we have tried to modernize the strengthening our services. We started from the premise that intellectual property should cover all those areas that are even far from our headquarters. We have in Guatemala, we have a department that is more than 100 kilometers from the headquarters. So if we didn't have a good system where these potential users could go into request the registry of their assets, so simply they were just users that we were not actually providing service to. So we have taken measures about it, and we have tried to modernize each one of our systems, starting with turning everything digital, because we talked about the legal certainty that we need to offer our users, and part of that is providing or having a database to provide for the traceability of all the registries that exist. We have the registry one-stop shop, so to speak, before all these services were handled externally. However, I'm very happy that we have set up a group of professionals, IT professionals, that have IT, even IT lawyers and IT people who have helped us develop our platform to make it more intuitive. Here, I wanted to mention that many times we hear that some people, especially from the public point of view, is that people resist technology, they say. It's not the case. I believe people resist the fact that we provide a technology that is not well developed, a technology that does not offer them legal certainty, and a technology that doesn't allow them to start and end their formality in an easy way and with certainty. From intellectual property registry, we are promoting and managing these electronic services so they can have legal certainty. Any user that could actually have access to it. Likewise, according to a piece of legislation that was implemented in Guatemala, which is the Simplification Act, we simplified some of the formalities. Some requirements that were quite bureaucratic have been removed for these formalities to be much more, or to be faster and to offer our users the kind of service they expect. And also in terms of strengthening our services, it is important to mention the issue of training. We know that intellectual property, at least in the countries in Latin America, sometimes students of law, those of us who are lawyers, and we just know this, but on the surface. I remember I was in college and one of my faculty members said that I believe this is a good opportunity for you to study. That's why I decided to study my master's degree in intellectual property. In fact, it's an area that is not widely known. So from our registry, we have tried to train all those that may not necessarily be interested in intellectual property, but they are already developing some asset that should be protected by intellectual property. As we have heard from many of my colleagues here, in Guatemala, we have this phenomenon that is just a few Guatemalan nationals that request a registry understanding micro, small, and medium enterprises and inventors as well. So we could continue with this information and continue to disseminate it, but we have decided to adopt some action regarding this information and be able to focus and go to those groups that do need training, that should know what intellectual property is all about, and second, how they can protect it. Now, connecting to what Irene said, how they can monetize their intellectual property, because many times, yes, it's really fun to be an entrepreneur, but all entrepreneurs should become a medium-sized entrepreneur or a business people. Intellectual property could be a vehicle that will take us to that next step. I'm going fast through this. We have 1 more minute.
Bueno, pues entonces.
Okay, I don't want to dwell on this. This is very natural for keeping this intellectual property. We're establishing alliances with the Ministry of Economics because somehow there was a phenomenon that everyone wants to work on innovation, but they all go to different places. So we have set up a technical group with specific people and natural alliances for the registry of intellectual property to walk in the same direction, being able to achieve technological innovation and being able to promote intellectual property that Guatemala deserves. And these entities, I'd like to mention as well, we have the tax authority and customs. We also have intellectual property chambers such as AmCham. We also have the prosecutor's office, APIs, and universities that have waged on innovation. And the idea for us also to support them and train them in order to get to the next level. If I have a couple of seconds, I'd like to tell you, no, I have no more seconds left, but we can talk tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Everything we don't talk about today, we can address tomorrow during the closed session. In fact, we actually ate up a great deal of the Q&A. Every panel member spoke 10 minutes. We asked for less, but I didn't want to stop anyone because it was quite interesting. Even still, we have a few questions that we have received from our online participants, and I'm just going to summarize these and allow you to basically have the last word and talk about what we need to do in terms of institutional capacities, what instruments would be a priority to ensure that IP would be a more effective tool for productive development in Latin America. That's essential, the big question. And you each have no more than 2 minutes for your closing remarks. In the same order that you spoke originally. I think it's very important to be able to provide incentive and to reward, if you will, patent generation. I liked one of the ideas, which was about having a national award for the institution or the person coming up with the most productive patent. Those types of incentives, in my opinion, are quite interesting, and they, in fact, could allow us to reshape the university perspective in terms of not just creating new science, but applied science with productivity measures and addressing the patents in terms of their employment generating capacity, for example. That's an interesting way to improve and provide incentive for greater productivity. Go ahead, Fernanda. I think we have many different instruments. Enrique was quite poignant in saying that essentially the instruments should not be so disconnected. We see that in Chile we have one agency devoted to science, one to innovation, and everything's a bit strewn about. And I don't know if a policy is the best possibility, but not having an IP anchored policy, but understanding that IP is yet another tool, an important tool, but yet another tool for technological scaling elements, initiatives. And it's all a part of the national aspirations, as Eden mentioned. It's part of the country's strategic priorities. And each country should really define its own productive development path forward and link this to one of the key links of the chain, and that's IP policy across the board. Today, it seems to be a satellite in our technology transfer system. Go ahead, Enrique. Somewhat in line with what we've already said, this is essential. We need to understand where our strengths lie as a country and where we would like to be in terms of the sectors that we have defined as having a competitive advantage, and to grow all of this and to make sure that there are nexus where they should be, all with a view to trigger this scaling up in innovation. In other words, going from the idea stage to the laboratory stage to the development stage, having a product in the market stage. And apart from that, the agencies should be available for the entire process. Maybe not participate in all the stages of the process, that's not necessary, but the agency should be available by offering instruments or training, monitoring, follow-up, mentoring, and to aid the program beneficiaries in reaching development stage. And then, of course, having general structures to, as an agency, we cannot be a step behind intellectual property. And we need to beat in harmony with what society needs. So that's important.
Sí, creo que una de las metas que
Go ahead, Eulalia. Yes, I think one of our objectives should always be to make sure that there are productive linkages between innovative agencies, industry, and universities. These are the opportunities that we need to generate. and to prioritize the strategic areas, to know where our strengths and weaknesses lie as a country, also foster cooperation mechanisms, and to make sure that we have the room to scale. It's important to have these connections with clarity, with a road path forward. And this will allow us to build our local scientific capacity and not just focus on the outside inward, but the inward outward, and make sure that there's financing opportunities, making sure that we have the technical capacity and the institutional capacity as well, every institution within the ecosystem, all with a view to bring about well-being among our citizens through technological development. Thank you. Irene, go ahead.
Alguns pontos que são importantes, né,
I would like to refer to some key aspects, which in the end are challenges. And the first is disseminating this intellectual property culture. We've talked about micro enterprises, startups, universities, and it's important to attribute value to the IP assets. In that regard, we need to offer instruments that lead to modernizing intellectual property and monetizing intellectual property with a view to creating greater interest in protecting these assets. We would also like to reinforce regional cooperation. We know and financing. Now, our studies have shown that we do have areas of common interest: agriculture, sustainable agriculture, and so we should really identify where we can collaborate among the various countries for the benefit of developing these specific sectors. Go ahead, Flor. You have one more minute than what I initially assigned to you. I think one of the challenges and what could continue to work for Guatemala would be to continue improving interinstitutional coordination that has evolved thus far, so that all of the institutions who need to be pro-innovation can actually head in the same direction, so that we can all promote the right projects. And I forgot to mention in my presentation that we now have the Technological Innovation Fund, which was launched by the Ministry of the Economy, that can provide up to 10 million quetzals in funding, of course, depending on the project, for individuals who submit an innovative project from the technological perspective. We also need to continue cooperating with Senacit, and Senacit offers an innovation award as well. And it's important to continue fostering greater education and awareness regarding intellectual property at the university level, to continue generating capacity. And we know that there are some pro bono cases. We've worked with IP committees who have provided us with pro bono support for promising initiatives, and initiatives that cannot pay for these professional services. There's some pro bono services allowing them to register their IP. And these have actually given way to success stories that have gone beyond the Guatemalan border. I think that continuing to do all of this is part of our challenge. Thank you. I get the feeling that we are just warming up. We are just scratching the surface, and we have so much more to talk about. Unfortunately, we have reached the end of this session. So far, we have been quite point on in terms of the schedule. Let's continue as such. So a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. And with that, I would like to request that you go back to your seats so we may continue with the next session.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno, lo primero, muchísimas gracias a la CEPAL.
Good afternoon. Thank you to ECLAC and to all the previous panel members. I'm sure that collaborative efforts will be crucial to make progress in terms of the challenges we face today. Now, throughout the day, we have seen that we've talked about innovation from a variety of different perspectives. We have addressed the decisive role of institutional policies, as well as the importance of having financial instruments and cooperation frameworks to provide support for these initiatives. Now, this session has a complementary approach in that we're not going to just focus on systems, but rather individuals, and we will talk about their experiences. So we will be having a dialogue with Young Inventors Prize finalists from the region. And we will see how these champions of innovation have taken their ideas and turned them into real results, real solutions. Now, this shows that innovation-driven developments really rely on individuals' ability to take their creativity and make sure it has an impact and make sure that they're working with enabling environments. So in other words, we would like to have a discussion focusing on youth-led innovation, because we know that innovation works well if we can all take advantage on the outcomes. So we work closely with young people at EPO, and we try to empower young professionals in different environments. So I am Jimena de las Heras Fernandez, and I work within the International Cooperation Department at the EPO. But I am not the main speaker during this session. I would like to give the floor to Rafaela de Bona Gonçalves from Brazil and Mariana Perez, who is also joining us online from Colombia. So go ahead, Mariana. Good afternoon, Mariana. It's a pleasure having you here today with us. I know that the audience is seeing some pictures, some images of your invention, but maybe you could talk about what main challenges you had to address and why this was such a personal challenge for you.
¿Me escuchan? Quiero confirmar primero.
Can you hear me? First of all, I just wanted to confirm that. Yes, we can. Now, air pollution has always been quite ignored over the years, and maybe that's because air is an intangible resource. But when our air is so polluted, and well, we see when it's so polluted, this actually becomes a tangible issue. So over the years, we have seen inventions that have focused a great deal on water, which is a vital resource, but air is also a vital resource. And that was the context that... Can you see me? Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Go ahead. So we realized it was necessary to invent something to address this air pollution. Thank you. You are spot on with those remarks, Mariana. Let me move on to Rafaela. She has addressed a challenge as well that is often overlooked, but still affects millions of girls and women globally, which is period poverty. And what really motivated you to focus on this topic? Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I was studying industrial design at the university, and one of our challenges was to launch a project to address the UN SDGs, one of which was poverty eradication. So I focused a great deal on that. It was written that it was, we were trying to figure out how to do away with poverty across the board. So I started thinking about where we see poverty what types of poverty do we see? Poverty is not always related to money or the lack thereof. So I started looking into uh, the homeless individuals or individuals with certain needs in Curitiba, and I came across period poverty as as an advocate for women and as a designer. And I'd really never stopped to think about that, and I realized that no one had actually thought about that, and this was one of my key motivations back in 2018 when no one really talked about period poverty anywhere. And I decided that that would be my project, and I wanted to do something about it.
Pero sigue siendo muy importante.
Thank you. This is a key issue today. I think we are having an interesting conversation in that both of you have very different projects, but I do see that there are crisscrossing points. So I would like to ask both of you, in hindsight, what type of support, either human resources, institutional, financial support, really made the difference in a decisive point in time during your project?
I don't know if Mariana would like to address that question first. Yes. Well, I think the company that was significant, the support that actually was the best in my career was my parents. The way in which I was educated, traditional education, was a type of education in which I was allowed, since I was a girl from first grade, I could explore ideas and to turn them into research projects. Of course, at that level of schooling of a first grader, of course, I participated in school fairs, and that support from my parents, from my family, they actually helped me connect my subjects in school with projects, and that was always the case. It was always present from my parents, both of them, especially from my mom. After a while, when I reached my last year of school, the project that goes on and on, as with all the iterations, every grade and every year. But there's a very significant clash, which is when you join college, because you don't find that methodology of teaching. I mean, so that's when you really find that individual, which is like somebody who supports me. We're going to go into a new teaching method, and as I said before, there's not much about intellectual property or innovation in countries such as Latin America, but because of my own initiative, we kept the project alive and it became a product. And today it's a business, after all. So I think that was the biggest support, and the individual that I believe was my base and my foundation to keep on going. It was great to have your family backing you up for this big project that has become your professional project. For you, Rafaela, what kind of support was the biggest one in your case? I think just like myself, other people are shocked when they saw realities. The biggest support that I received was from the people who ended up connecting with this ecosystem. These were people who worked in startups that connected, that were institutions that wanted to sponsor. These were schools that wanted to be part of the solution because they had students that did not attend the school lessons because of this period of poverty. At first, it was just a few people who talked about. These few people knew each other and we connected. So this joined and collective of voice is the thing that took me here, and what created what we were able to produce in this project.
por la misma.
Of course, going through the same type of motions, but maybe a little earlier, and you've been able to learn from them. Besides also trial and error, you also learn as well. And these, for the two of you, what would be the biggest obstacle, the biggest hurdle that you face when trying to go from your idea in your head to the development of that invention, that product? I think the biggest challenge that we faced was prejudice or judgment. Talking about period poverty is hard when you had a man in a room. It was hard to make them understand, and of course we had to find a solution. So at some point, I went and talked to the mayor in my city, and I had to hear, oh, okay, I have to be concerned about menstruation from now on. And that was very hard to hear. That was a significant barrier along the way. Showed up on many occasions, but I think I was able to turn that obstacle because last year I was able to include a public policy in anyone who is in social vulnerability is able to get pads for free in pharmacies, and it makes it all worthwhile, of course, in Brazil. So from hearing people saying, I'm not concerned about this topic, and now they are being distributed nationally, it's a major achievement, I believe. It's now, it's interesting to see how that prejudice didn't paralyze you. And you said, I'm going to fight for my idea, I'm going to fight for these people who need it, and I will achieve everything that I will be set out to. Good. Congratulations for that. For you, Mariana, what was the biggest obstacle that you encountered along the way? Well, since I at a very early age, the biggest challenge was to present this idea anywhere. It could be a small company that could have a tangible problem, or present it to an investor, to a bank in order to get financing, or wherever. The fact that a very young woman showed up in an industrial context, which is more mechanical, if you wish. Inventions are very much focused on industrial mechanics, of course, but it wasn't easy to believe this woman was the inventor or that the product worked. So having to explain the concept, besides, it's a brand new concept, something complex to explain in regular words. Getting to those worlds and being a young woman, I'm still young now, but I was even younger, much younger at the time, and being 18 or 20 years old and standing there and explaining a project that is usually explained by expert engineers, I believe was the biggest shock that I experienced, or the biggest challenge that I had to go through. And since I am slightly older now, it's easier to make them understand, to make them listen to me, and it's not much of a problem right now. But really, I believe age was something that I had to face for many years. And of course, the fact of being a woman in a man's world in this context, of course, it was difficult. I'd like to stop briefly the issue of inclusion that we were just discussing with the two of you. The Patent and Technology Observatory of OEP published a study about female engagement in the STEM area. This shows that although more and more women are having access to these fields, it's just a few the ones that actually achieve a patent or an entrepreneurship, or that have access to leadership positions. From your experience, how, maybe with some practical example, how has gender impacted your trajectory, especially since we are here with people who will do what they can to change that? How can we close those gaps? For example, Mariana. Well, A practical example, let me tell you about the history of my business. I decided that my product, once it gets its patent, should become a commercial product, a feasible one. But through a company, and I founded a company with my father. That company is in charge of several environmental projects, but when offering this product out to companies, I had to go with my father, always supported by him. And I saw that because at a certain, whenever I sat with a table full of engineers, let's say 20 engineers, 19 of them are men, sometimes 100% were men. So presenting as a woman in that concept created some problems in terms of reception. I noticed the change when I was accompanied by my father. I say that that experience to me was a nice one, and I really thank the experience because after a few years, I also saw the change, and I would actually meet more women. Even sometimes when I go to a meeting to present about my product, and I see a woman, I'm really happy to see that. Also, when I started my program, mechanical engineering, I was the only female student in all my school. And I told my father that I was uncomfortable, that it made me feel uncomfortable because a woman's personality versus a male personality, even biologically, is different. So we were very organized. I was very organized. Everything was correct. Projects are concluded. My male fellow students, they have a different personality and they have different time scales, etc. So, for example, in my school, there are many more women attending. Everything has changed. I think women have understood that they are strong, that they are smart. We are super capable of creating. We're capable of creating life. Imagine, of course, we can create something else. Yeah. We have the two of you here as examples and as an inspiration to keep on going. And for you, what experiences have you had with gender? And what has been that impact? And how do you think we could help you reduce those gaps and those problems?
I agree with Mariana. I would have to say that as an inventor, we are constantly understimulated instead of stimulated. So it is one of the barriers. There are many barriers. For example, being in a classroom with all males, or hear, oh, you are the person leading this project and not a man. Now, over time, you increasingly become discouraged, and that's why I believe a great deal in reinforcement and how it's important to reinforce individuals, women, for example, along the entire process so that women will not desert, if you will. We have a project in Brazil called Strengthening Girls. I participated in this project, and the project involves working in schools for the first 10 years of schooling, and the girls are constantly empowered and it's known to them that there are people out there who care about them and people who are taking them seriously. So when we find obstacles along the way, we should also make sure that we find trigger points to further reinforce what we do and provide us with the courage we need to go forward, because we will discover problems that only women deal with, such as period poverty. We know that we often feel capable of doing anything, but we need support often. Now, Mariana, you live in the United States now, and that inevitably exposes you to very different innovation ecosystems. And as far as I know, you moved there for professional reasons. Now, could you talk about how the Latin American and Caribbean systems could provide more support to young women and men to scale their ideas. You know, I came to the United States because I wanted to find a way to make the invention global. Because my invention it solves a global issue, not just a country, a solution for my specific country. And so I am always inviting other countries to allow intellectual property to reach every corner, all schools. And it's important to teach young people how to monetize their ideas.
Me enfrentaba a cambios.
I have faced the major change. I live in New York, so it's not just the United States, it's New York. And many of the projects have more of an economic approach versus in Colombia, where the approach is more functional or technical in nature. In Colombia, there's more concern for whether or not the project or the invention would work, versus in the US, it's more about how much, what's its value and how much does it cost. So I've learned from both perspectives. Now, you are the top expert, the one who knows the most about your invention in the end. No one knows more than you. So you have to cover all areas. You have to be an expert in every facet of your project. And of course, always being grateful. And if you have an advisor or a subject matter expert helping you, it's important to be grateful for that contribution. But I would have to say that our task, and I'm speaking on behalf of Colombia as well, because that's where I'm from, but our role is to really promote young people who are involved in this and to use IP and figure out how to monetize this. Thank you for that. What about you, Rafaela, based on your experience? No, universities, innovation offices, IP offices, what do you think they can do? If they were to convey a message to young people, what would it be in terms of how best to support them? I would say that we should not just be seen as having potential for the future, but potential for today. And to sit down with us and decide with us, not just congratulate us for what we've done and then take the ball from there, but work with us. And together we can develop public policy and develop and grow the ideas and to move beyond the idea stage and make sure that we're involved in the entire process so that we can work in the here and now and in the future for transformation. And if institutions create these opportunities, these spaces for young female and male inventors to take our ideas and run with them, we will do that. And we need to know that we're being heard. We need to know that we're contributing together to the present and to the future. You're absolutely right about focusing on the present. Okay, so we've heard from both of you. And another question. Do you think there's something that you would say in listening to your peer, do you think there's something that you would fully agree with and say, oh, I had that same experience, or maybe something different that you didn't have but that your peer had?
Aqui eu me identifiquei muito com a Mariana.
I really identify with Mariana. I also studied mechanical engineering, and I was one of the only women, a female, in the classroom as well. And I know that we are treated differently. And everything is very difficult for us. It's made difficult for us. And over time, I saw that there were more and more women taking part in these programs, and that fills me with hope. And I also identify with Maria in terms of her comments regarding family support, her father's support and omnipresence identify with that. My family was also very present. My father supported me and helped me with all the decisions. My other family members were always supporting me. At one point in time, I wanted to give up, but
sociais, muitas vezes a gente pega a dor do
when you are involved in social projects, you really take to heart all the individuals' pain and suffering, and that was difficult. It was difficult to work with homeless people, and that's why it was very important to have my family support. So I would have to say I really agree with Mariana on those two areas. For example, at the university level, we do not have any female role models, as peers. There might have been one female professor, and then the family support was also key. What about you, Mariana? I have had the opportunity to engage with Rafaela on previous occasions, and what I admire most in her was her ability to find a solution for an uncomfortable issue for all women. And we have accepted this discomfort. It's a topic that's even challenging to talk about with your close family members, but and you've come up with a tangible solution. And I just wanted to thank you on behalf of women worldwide. No one has really ever thought to address this the scarcity of feminine hygiene products. So thank you for that. And you went through a lot of effort. You knocked on a lot of doors to explain what you're doing. And as an inventor, you need to do that. You want the world to understand your product and what you're inventing. You know it will provide a solution to a problem. And sometimes it's difficult to explain this to others, but you never gave up. You just kept towing the line and kept at it. So it's very admirable. And thank you for that. I would like to thank both of you as well. I think you have provided us with some very valuable remarks, and I would like to now close this session. But anyhow, your experiences remind us that innovations are successful when we are engaged in a context, an ecosystem that allows us to imagine, to create, and when we have the necessary support to take ideas to fruition and to go as far as we can. And thank you so much. You are very inspirational, and I think you will continue to inspire other individuals in the early stages. You have shown that young people can have a real impact when they're heard and when they're valued and when they have the opportunities to do so. So at EPO, we are very German in terms of our timekeeping. So just quickly, let's see if there are any questions from the audience. If not, let's go online. There's a question for you. What advice would you give to other young mentors who have an amazing initiative or invention, but are facing challenges along the way? I think visibility is very important. Accelerate visibility. Often we are afraid to share what we're working on. We're afraid for someone to copy us, for example. And when we have an idea in the early stages, it's important to get the idea out there so it gets off the paper. And then maybe communicate with someone who's studying something similar so you can collaborate and work together. There are other social barriers, for example. We really need to make sure our ideas are visible, they're seen, and that will allow for attracting more resources. So that's one of my pieces of advice. Do not be afraid to expose your idea to the rest of the world and to work with other people so that you can grow and not just really focus on your solution, but also think about joint solutions. Thank you. I hope your advice will be taken into consideration. What about you, Mariana? What would be your advice? I would say two words or two statements. It's important to be disciplined and to seek advisory services. Sometimes young people do not have enough experience, and that's natural. When you're young, you do not necessarily have enough experience, and experience is acquired along the way and from different avenues. And it's always a good idea to seek advice because that allows you to avoid mistakes along the way. And as far as the barriers are concerned, I think being disciplined is the best way to deal with obstacles. When you are disciplined, you will plan your course of action, and that will allow you to have a way to address these obstacles. It's also important to be patient, to know when to act, how to act. And as Rafaela mentioned, it's important to make sure that you are connected with other people in a network. We're not alone. There are many people out there willing to support you and to contribute to your idea from different perspectives. And I think that will enrich your overall outcome, your output. Thank you to both of you. There's another question.
Let me give you some context first. Are the new generations more aware about resource scarcity and about inventions that are looking for solutions to social problems? But what defines the innovative nature of the young inventor today, according to your opinion?
Por exemplo, no meu caso,
I think, for example, that in my case, that was a sanitary pad. When you stop and think, well, is this really an innovation, or is it not technological? What makes it different? I believe if you're thinking of a problem that has not been dealt with in the best way by other means, it's already an innovation. So if you use something that already exists in a different environment in order to address another problem, it also becomes an innovation as well. So it's very difficult to create something absolutely original. I believe in the combination of references in different contexts and connecting those references and repertoires. We can offer new solutions to problems that may also be new because society evolves and new problems arise as well. So I think that's the thing, using something that already exists in a different context, and that is innovation as well.
Por la explicación. Tengo una pregunta para Mariana. Desde tu experiencia desarrollando una tecnología vinculada a la captura y limpieza de contaminación del aire, ¿qué tipo de apoyo concreto?
What type of concrete support should be available for more young innovators to go from a good idea to an actual solution for the market? I think, in my experience, the thinking of technology that evolves in an expensive context, financial support is essential on many occasions. Turning an idea from paper to a tangible product that is easily marketable, and even more so when you have to demonstrate that it works. And that it needs to, and you technically prove through lab tests. Financial things are really tough at those stages. Hopefully banks, for example, as a resource that everybody knows, in all cities you see banks. Hopefully we could find an opportunity to approach and say, you know what, we'll herd this youngster, and I'm not going to measure according to your credit rating. If you're young, of course, there's no way of having a good credit rating or a background in terms of credit whatsoever. But really, there are several platforms that young people do not know or that are not very visible, but they do exist. So I'd say the invitation is to youth is to research more, ask more questions about what's available? What other platforms? Because banks are not the only ones. Sometimes investors, as Rafaela said, come out of your network because your neighbor knows somebody and that somebody knows somebody else, etc. And you end up meeting people who offer financing. I was lucky enough of having two financiers at first when nobody believed in a 16, 17-year-old girl, what I was doing. But then I understood because I connected the dots. And never be afraid of telling your age if you're in a family dinner or if you work with your friends. When they ask, what do you do? Sometimes you need to tell the truth. And that can connect you with the right person, with the right individual. But really, what we need is a support network around us for very specific things in a career path like this that truly make a difference before and after. And I have one last question for the two of you. But from your own background and experience, what is the hardest when transforming this innovation into an actual impact in the region?
Foi acreditar em mim mesma.
In my case, it was about believing in myself and believing that I would make a difference. And so I had a solution. And I remember when I used to show this to everyone, everybody was surprised. This is wonderful, they said. But it was just a college project. It's something that I did at university. Will this have an impact? I didn't think so at the time. So until opportunities arise, I didn't really trust it. I didn't believe in myself. I didn't believe in the solution thoroughly. And I learned slowly that things gave rise to other things, and in the end ended up being a national public policy. So you need to stop, look, and believe in yourself. Small actions. Sometimes it's possible through small actions to create big impacts. What we are communicating and what we believe, it goes beyond the product, of course. So it's way beyond the solution, and it's what we want to bring into the world, what we want to offer the world, for the world to be a better place in the end. Mariana, what about you? Well, precisely building a business. Designing a group of people that are experts in your invention as well as you are. Besides, building a team is a difficult task, of course. Building an expert team on the matter that you need them to be experts on. Well, you can find, I can talk about my specific case, I can find many mechanical engineers, of course, who might want to work and who know about the area of contaminant removal and gases, but nobody knew about my technology because I created this technology. So that part of the learning curve, going from what I have in my book and my folder and what I patented to building a team and for them to understand and for them to actually advocate for your invention as if they were theirs and to make the business grow and to create and build the credibility among customers, small, medium, and large. That transformation is a time-consuming process. And naturally, it will take a lot in your life, but it all depends on the will that each inventor wants to develop. I think that's the biggest conflict. You need to look. There's a book that I read a while ago saying that the right individual on the right seat, because many times we don't have. Sometimes it's not that it's the wrong person. Maybe it's in the wrong seat. So it's about how to go from being a creator and an inventor, which is the beautiful part. That is how I call it, to become a boss and to lead and to manage and to be that part. That gap or that space has been the most difficult to cover. Thank you so much to both of you for your time and for your thoughts. I think we have so many things that we need to continue to discuss, but I don't want to take any more of your time. So, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. And the offer floor is to our chair today. Thank you, Jimena, Rafaela, and Mariana, for telling us your experience in innovation. And with this, we're getting close to the end of the day. Last session, we have the third session, Regional Approaches to Innovation, Technology, and Patenting. And in this next panel, chaired by Nicolaus Tardalias from the International Corporation of the Patent Property Office, we are going to touch upon topics that have emerged during the day, specifically from the questions that we've heard, also from those of you here and those online. Are there common challenges that may be addressed through regional cooperation approaches, for example? And in this sense, the experience of the European Patent Office, which is the most advanced integration effort beyond the ones that exist in Europe, Africa, or Central Asia, will be absolutely fundamental. So with this, I'd like to offer the floor to Nicolaus to introduce those of us who will be with us during this panel. Okay, perfect. Look, cínicos a las 5. We need to close at 5 on the dot because of organization issues here at ICLAC. We need to close at 5.
And even try to finish a few minutes before that. It's always a challenge to be the last in the agenda, the last agenda topic of the day. And this becomes even more difficult when this comes after a panel which is so inspiring, full of fresh ideas. We heard from our young inventors. What I can promise to you is that in the next 30 minutes, we will do our best to have an interesting exchange about regional approaches to innovation, a discussion which we will have the opportunity, I think, to continue also tomorrow in the breakout sessions. So far today, we have had a very full day. We have discussed how intellectual property policies, financing mechanisms, and institutional support shape innovation outcomes at national level. We have seen that the way these elements interact can significantly influence not only the capacity to generate new ideas, but more importantly, the ability to bring them to market and scale them up. In these sessions, we will try to reflect on where similar challenges emerge across countries and what this might imply at regional level. To support this discussion, we have with us today in the panel Mrs. Jimena Sepúlveda Barrera, Director of Intellectual Property at Universidad Andrés Bello, Patricio Latorre Sepúlveda, Managing Director at Filtro Vivo, and Mrs. Ana Bandeira, President of the National Institute of Industrial Property of Portugal. Let me start with the perspectives of academia. Jimena, this morning in the presentation of the study, we heard about public research institutions and universities in the region being key actors of innovation in Latin America. They produce more than 29%, almost 30% of all local patent filings in the period between 2016 and 2020, an impressive figure which is much higher than most regions in the world, including also Europe. From your perspective, as a leading university engaged in research, technology transfer, and collaboration with industry, what are the biggest obstacles researchers and technology transfer offices in the region face when trying to translate research results into market-ready technology supported by patents? And to what extent do these challenges reflect common regional constraints rather than country-specific ones?
Thanks. It's a great pleasure be here this afternoon. I will continue in Spanish. El problema.
The problem is really a challenge with several layers or several dimensions. It is hard to summarize it in 5 minutes or 6 minutes. However, I believe I should start from the macro context, which is a common factor shared by countries in the region that unfortunately relates to low investment rates in R&D and the fact that there's a significant reliance on public financing. If we compare the percentage of investment according to official figures, which is not more than 0.57% of the GDP compared to the OECD countries index, you see an actual problem of lack of resources for research, lack of resources connected with the necessary guidance that is needed for research projects from the very beginning, maybe more focused on market needs, with intelligence applied from the very beginning when research project starts, regardless of whether that takes place in universities or research centers. And the second aspect, usually funded through public funding and not as it happens in the European context, where there is a higher degree of participation of private investment in these projects. This entails a problem, which is reliance of the innovation systems, research and development as well, on the politicians in office. That is the first consideration that we need to consider as an initial difficulty.
Second common issue that most likely all the countries in the region experience is related to making sure we're able to cross Death Valley, what is the so-called Death Valley. Now, this is a resource issue, a lack of resource issue, that is, because often the technologies that are included under patent applications have to go from TRL 3 or 4. They have to go from TRL 3 or 4 and ramp up to TRL 7. So it's a capacity issue as well as other issues. For example, how can you, for example, technological management capacity. Sometimes the technologies are not appropriately developed in the regional context, or maybe there's this limited development or capacity. Another key macro issue would be the number of patent applications related to nationals versus foreigners. 70% of patent applications actually come from abroad. And that essentially speaks to how our countries in the region consume technologies that are developed abroad and not from within. Now, this is a vicious cycle, right? Because technologies are acquired from foreign companies, and if we do not have strong public policy to foster research locally, nationally, this will have a negative impact and further feed into this vicious cycle and lead to even more technologies adopted from abroad. There's also an inappropriate approach, if you will, applied to adoption, and that comes from the transfer model that was based on the Anglo-Saxon model. Maybe we don't have the most appropriate model for developing nations, which would involve fostering spin-offs. I think that would be more appropriate for our countries, where our ecosystems are not so industrially mature and we have low technology absorption capacity. Maybe you all would agree that in our countries we have weaknesses in terms of the ties between the business sector and universities. And it's not just in terms of the language we use in the different spheres, but also with regard to how our ideas are tackled. Generally speaking, at universities, research is conducted based on what the researchers would like to study, and the research is not necessarily linked to the needs of local industry or the market. Now, as a result of that, we see that there's a distortion in terms of what is produced and what is actually needed. And I think that needs to be corrected. Also, regarding the university realm, the realm in which I work, and by the way, these are general comments, not specifically related to my university, there are traditional approaches to scientific research, which is generally aimed at publishing versus seeking patents or seeking intellectual property protection. And we see that there are very few incentives that reward activities related to technology transfer. As a result of this, we see that within the institutions, there's a certain approach that does not actually foster or promote technology transfer. Now, when I was referring to the first point, I mentioned that I think there is a insufficient capacity within university technology transfer offices. The professionals do not have the necessary skills, scientific, negotiating, and technical skills. Now, we need to have a balance between these various skills to ensure that the technology leaves the university realm and enters the market. And then, regionally speaking, I'm sure we're all quite aware that there is geographic concentration in certain symmetries in terms of the countries receiving or having the most potent financing for R&D. Brazil, Mexico, for example. And there are other countries where there's a very low percentage of funds earmarked for R&D. And if that's the case, it'll be very difficult for us to make progress. We know that we need to have appropriate and enough funding to really meet what the market requires. So that is a very, again, very, very narrow summary of the challenges that I think we face in the region.
It was very interesting. And I think those issues that you are reporting sound very familiar also to other regions in the world. And I think also some of your observations also are very much aligned with the findings of the study of today. Let's now look at the industry point of view, where scaling beyond one market tends to make fragmentation even more visible. Patricio, from the perspective of Filtro Vivo, an innovative company operating internationally, how do international or regional patent frameworks support your ability to scale innovation beyond national borders? And where do you still encounter fragmentation across Latin American markets that affects your company strategy?
Bueno, muchas gracias por la oportunidad. Somos Filtro Vivo, una compañía que partió hace 11 años. El mercado a lo cual nos dedicamos son los servicios del control del material particulado y básicamente control de olores. Aquí el Filtro Vivo es una empresa que está en la primera línea, porque al lado de toda la gente que está acá, que es de la Champions League de las construcciones de las políticas de Latinoamérica, la verdad que nos sentimos muy privilegiados. Creo que los conceptos que se han tratado acá de acompañamiento, evolución, innovación y escalamiento de las compañías que están partiendo es algo que nosotros hemos vivido durante 11 años. Tuvimos estaba por ahí Fernando de Corfo, pero no lo he visto por acá. Pero Corfo nos ayudó al principio, hace como 8 años. Bueno, y ahora tenemos el gran respaldo de la Oficina Europea de Patentes, que en realidad ha sido para nosotros casi una bendición, porque nos sentimos completamente acompañados, oye, y con un respaldo enorme, con una publicidad que es fantástica. Pero quisiera, para ir avanzando en el tema, nosotros tenemos registrado el producto de Filtro Vivo en Estados Unidos, en Chile y en Europa, con un proceso que, bueno, da un respaldo enorme para nosotros. Fíjate que en Chile, el Servicio de Impuesto Interno, que es un servicio pero top acá en Chile, que no perdona nada, nos revisa todo y todo se hace bastante bien y por su control de impuestos. Existen 800.000 empresas activas y hay dentro de eso el 98% de las empresas activas en Chile son pymes. Hay 10.000 empresas grandes en Chile que se clasifican de acuerdo al monto de ventas. Es impresionante porque en este 98% que están las empresas startups que están partiendo, donde pasamos nosotros, que ya somos una empresa que está formal, completamente independiente, es la creación, y vienen los mismos temas que ustedes presentaron acá como gente de las grandes ligas. Y les repito, acompañar, escalar, innovar y apoyar a la creación del conocimiento, que creo que es algo fundamental, que se haga no solamente en Chile, sino en todos los otros países que estamos tratando de participar. Se sabe que el desafío no solo en Chile y en el mundo es la investigación y desarrollo a través de la tecnología. El conocimiento que se tiene de la labor de crear un producto de innovación, como el caso del Filtro Vivo, tiene un impacto que ustedes no se imaginan, el que lo hemos vivido nosotros después de 11 años. En otros países, el nexo de las empresas, que es algo que tú tocabas, Jimena, recién, respecto al nexo entre las empresas y las universidades, por ejemplo, nosotros hemos golpeado a 4 universidades en la puerta para que vean lo del Filtro Vivo. Y la verdad que la respuesta ha sido de la universidad. No hemos ido a tu universidad, para hacerte bien franco, pero la respuesta de la universidad es: mira, no está dentro de nuestro core business o nuestras políticas lo que tú nos estás planteando. Viejo, pero estamos hablando de la contaminación desde una casa hasta una industria. Entonces, la mayoría de los científicos que nos han dicho: viejo, pero te entiendo perfectamente, tu producto es fantástico, es una innovación enorme para el país, para el mundo, nos han dicho, pero no nos interesa. Y ahí quedamos, ¿no? Bueno, y seguimos. Bueno, dentro de este mundo, el nexo que se da entre universidad y empresa generalmente se hace porque, a solicitud de las compañías, las universidades toman estas ideas y las desarrollan. Y ahí después viene la empresa misma y las lleva al mercado. Cuando se desarrolla un producto o servicio, está comprobado que siempre salen unas otras oportunidades. En el caso del Filtro Vivo, que partimos con el control del material particulado, salió después el control de los olores. Y eso ha tenido un éxito para nosotros, una cosa, pero es increíble. Estamos, después de 11 años, puedo decir que estamos llegando al punto de equilibrio después de 11 años, ¿no? para que se vean la realidad de lo que son los negocios, ¿no? Y fíjate que el Filtro Vivo ha permitido 2 empresas, que no voy a decir los nombres, que no se tuvieran que cambiar de comuna. En una por material particulado y otra por control de olores. Era tanto los reclamos que tenía con los vecinos. Bueno, como ustedes saben, va creciendo la ciudad con casas y rodean a las industrias. Entonces los reclamos de los vecinos parten con 2, después 5, después la junta de vecinos y es un desastre para la empresa. Pero gracias al filtro vivo, ahí tiene un hecho concreto del aporte a la comunidad, es que 2 compañías que son bastante conocidas y bastante grandes no han tenido que trasladarse de comuna. Por ahí está Aníbal Montalva y Miguel Ángel Fernández, que son los creadores de este producto. Poco menos que lo aplauden cada vez que llegan a esta empresa, porque el ahorro que han tenido es un ahorro pero impresionante. Fíjate que en una presentación que hizo don Ricardo Hausmann la semana pasada en la celebración de los 75 años de la Cámara Chilena de la Construcción, él hacía una comparación de Corea del Sur con Chile. El año 60, Corea del Sur era 4 veces más pobre que Chile. Ahora, Corea del Sur es 2 veces más rico que Chile y sacan 140 veces más patentes que nosotros. Le voy a repetir 140 veces porque la persona que lo entrevistaba le preguntó, pero ¿cómo? ¿Veces o patentes? No, me dijo veces. Con eso, imagínense el desarrollo que ha tenido Corea del Sur y nosotros en qué parte estamos. Ahora, tratando de ir al tema de tu pregunta, Nicolás, es cómo crecemos hacia otros mercados con filtro vivo sin una protección para nuestra propiedad intelectual. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? ¿Cómo cuidamos a filtro vivo? ¿Cómo cuidamos estos 11 años de inversión, de trabajo, de dedicación? ¿Cómo damos un paso hacia otros países y mercados sin que nos vayan a copiar? Y estuve pensando y tratando de resumir este riesgo en una palabra y es la certeza. Tenemos la certeza, que es una palabra que está bastante de moda acá en Chile, que si tú vas a otro país y tienes tu producto patentado, no vas a tener el problema de que te lo puedan copiar. Por casualidad me tocó ver en la televisión francesa a un empresario francés que desarrolló un enganche que van en las puertas. Aquí en Chile ha llegado también que sí se cuelgan las cosas. Y al tipo le fue fantástico y de repente empezó a recibir reclamos que nunca habían tenido. Entonces dijo, ¿qué pasó? Nos falló nuestro sistema de producción. Fue al sistema de producción, lo fue a ver y sus productos estaban pero perfectamente firmes, cumplían la norma, la cantidad de kilos, etc. Hasta que de repente le dijo a una señora, por favor, tráigame el producto y yo se lo cambio. Bueno, llegó su producto y el producto lo tomaban así y lo movía este señor, mostraban ahí que lo movía con las manos. ¿Qué pasó al final? Que era una imitación. ¿Qué hizo este señor? Reclamó en patente que lo tenía inscrito. Fue con la patente, fue con la especie de CERNAC que hay el señor estaba en París. Y finalmente ellos en 3 meses sacaron la página web, sacaron los productos del mercado que eran ilegales y él está con su producto de nuevo y respaldado gracias a la patente. Entonces ahí tenemos un caso efectivo de Europa mismo, que es un aporte para ello. Y esto es certeza. Sin certeza es imposible y eso responde, yo creo, a la pregunta básica que tú nos haces para ver cómo podemos seguir creciendo y cómo podemos escalar nuestro producto. Nos sentimos mucho más seguros, tenemos la certeza por tener registrado nuestro servicio en Europa y porque se va a respetar a filtro vivo en cualquier país de que estemos inscritos. Ahora, esto no es un proceso rápido, pero los que tengan la duda si hacerlo o no hacerlo, yo les sugiero de todas maneras que lo hagan. Ese es un resumen que creo que podría ser un aporte para la experiencia nuestra como filtro vivo.
Thank you, Patricia. Very interesting. What you describe suggests that all these difficulties are not isolated, but there is a pattern across the region. It shows that there is a structural pattern of these difficulties, which naturally brings us to the institutional question: how can a regional approach support the users of the patent system more effectively? In this context, and before I pass the floor to our third panelist, I would like to say a few words about the European Patent Organization, which is clearly a success story of regional cooperation, a success which, however, did not come very easily, did not come overnight. It's a process. Organization has evolved gradually. but always the guiding principle was to respond to shared needs and common interests among countries. In Europe, more than 50 years ago, the European Patent Convention was signed in 1973. 8 countries with similar challenges and ambitions chose to work more closely together while preserving their national systems. The family grew gradually as more countries shared the same vision to the 39 member states we have today, soon to become 40, I think, as of 1st of June. This approach allowed the participating countries to benefit from economies of scale. I think Anna will tell us more about this later today. Shared expertise, greater consistency, without always losing the national capacity or strategic autonomy in the field of patents. The national patent offices are represented in the Administrative Council of the EPO. They play a leading role in guiding the organization, but at the same time, they remain at the core of their national innovation ecosystems, maintaining proximity to users. They speak their language, they understand the local needs better than anybody else, and they're playing an essential role in fostering innovation at home, where innovation is actually created. Now, what the regional cooperation can do is it can reinforce this role of the national offices, being in the center of the national innovation ecosystem by providing additional tools, services, and efficiencies. For example, shared search and examination work, IT tools and databases, capacity building and technical support, quality standards and convergence of practices. But as I said, the things are never static. Things in Europe continue to evolve to always better support the actors of the innovation ecosystem. The best example of this continuous evolution in response to user needs is the unitary patent. I think Antonio, our president, also mentioned this in his opening speech, which was launched 3 years ago and very quickly has proven to be a major success. The aim of this new filing route was exactly to reduce complexity and costs of validating and maintaining patents country by country. Although there was the regional component already, there was still a need to continue to provide a more cost-effective protection across multiple jurisdictions while still maintaining the national patent systems. So the unitary patent came as a complementary. It complements the national systems and offers to the users more efficient route for broader patent protection, while national patents remain fully available, given flexibility depending on the applicant's strategies. And it has been proven to be particularly useful for those that are more in need, so universities, small entities, SMEs, who do not have the capacity and the resources to maintain their patents in many countries. Now, with the unitary patent, they can do it with one fee, one court, and one procedure. I will not say much more about that. We have here with us one of our members of the Administrative Council of the EPO, President of INPI Portugal, who can best describe how a national office operates as part of a regional system within this framework. Mrs. Monteira, Anna, from your perspective as a member of the European Patent Organization, how has participation in this regional cooperation scheme helped your office evolve over time in terms of services, capabilities, and most importantly, to support to Portuguese innovators?
Muito obrigada. Antes de mais, começo por agradecer o convite ao EPO e à CEPAL para Portugal aqui estar presente. É um gosto podermos partilhar as nossas práticas aqui. Eu pediria agora, antes de responder diretamente às questões que me coloca, para passar o vídeo só para os presentes perceberem o que é o Instituto Nacional da Propriedade Industrial em Portugal. São 2 minutos que me facilitará depois a sequência. Se puderem passar o vídeo, por favor.
Todos os dias nascem ideias com poder transformador. Todos os dias, no INPI, Instituto Nacional da Propriedade Industrial, transformamos essas ideias em inovação. Em Portugal, a propriedade industrial começou a ser protegida no século XIX. Mas a nossa história começa a ser contada em 1976 com a criação do INPI como Instituto Público. Fazemos hoje parte do Ministério da Justiça. No INPI, partilhamos o nosso ADN com inventores, criadores e empreendedores no caminho para o sucesso. É na propriedade industrial que garantem o uso exclusivo das suas invenções, das suas marcas e do design. Recebemos milhares de pedidos por ano, dando procura pelo registro de marcas, seguido dos pedidos de patente e da proteção do design. Valorizamos o saber fazer. Somos um dos países europeus com mais indicações geográficas, artesanais e industriais registradas. Um selo de qualidade que une territórios e tradições. Protegemos o que é autêntico no esforço conjunto de combate à contrafação. Somos reconhecidos como parceiros na promoção da inovação e da competitividade em Portugal. Temos lugar nos principais fóruns mundial.
Estamos ao lado de quem imagina.
We stand beside those who imagine, who research, who innovate. We collaborate with higher education institutions, science and technology, companies, and all who make up the industrial property ecosystem in Portugal. We open the doors of our academy to schools, companies, and organizations. We promote knowledge. Every day we work to make access to our services easy, fast, and transparent. Motivate a team with eyes set on the future. Ensures a prompt, high-quality response. Trademarks, patents, design. What we register through industrial property creates value and shapes the future. At INPE, we are worth of a registry.
Esta é a nossa realidade nacional, mas agora, portanto, respondo.
This is our reality. So now, answering the question that you asked, we're going to talk about the importance of the Patent Institute and of inventors, and of the very important tools that are available for free.
Qualquer inovador que queira ver se o que
They're signed immediately and for free, so inventors can innovate and to make their inventions into a reality in a tool that is available. And everything that is invented there will be produced. And this means that at a first stage for an inventor to get to know the technical requirements. Also for free, there's a tool that offers a automatic selection. The result of the any patents is also identifiable in order to produce.
Isso é uma grande vantagem que o EPO,
regardless of whether it's Chinese or Japanese, and this is also available for everyone. Now, in terms of national offices, we have the advantage that the inventors use the same tools like the system. So designers use tools for technical research, automation, and others that are for the member states. The level of these more technological tools, together with the advantage of our practices as well, Portugal and other member states participate in different committees. So we feel that we have an active voice in the creation of practical guidelines. And also in management boards, which the member states find strategic agreements and action plans and different documents. So member states have the opportunity of documenting and giving their opinion. I'd like to talk in this very short period of time because I cannot identify all the implications we find. I'd like to identify one of the most important lines in Portugal and with other member states, but I'm here talking as a representative of Portugal, which is a project that started this year, which talks about. So for 3 months, they are in the member states, and they are practices that were very useful in Portugal. This disseminators that helped the inventors to control technical matters in Portugal. So the INPO had the option of innovating and working together with a number of institutions. So Portugal still benefiting from those projects. We can also quote components in training, such as the training that we offer to our examiners. And I remember that I've been working in this office for 37 years, so I started my career path as an examiner, and 6 months down the road, the INPO at the time provided training, and I myself took that training, and the other examiners actually went through the same type of training. I had the privilege, therefore, of taking 6 weeks to discover how examiners at INPO did their investigations and how examiners
Obviamente os tempos são outros.
currently INPO does not train anymore. Times have changed. Although, well, now there's many. We used to have face-to-face sessions where we had to. In fact, something beneficial for the member states. Another initiative in the field of collaboration, which is very important, is the traveling exhibition of the importance of patents associated to firefighting. Portugal is subject to lots of wildfires. And these wildfires in the last 2 weeks have had a brutal impact. And since we work in the field of industrial property, we know how hard it is to communicate the message of innovation through patents. And so seeing there, looking at the patents for drones, and in these wildfires, we saw the real importance of a patent for an invention. I think I'm running out of time, so I would stop here, I would say. And those have been our best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna, and congratulations in advance for your video and your 50th anniversary of INPI Portugal. The next question I wanted to ask to you, a quick one, which is also something that our users from the online platform have asked, is about support to SMEs and startups. So one of the objectives of the European cooperation in the field of patents is to make the system more accessible and useful for all innovation actors, which of course includes SMEs and traditionally underrepresented sectors. Any issues that you would like to share with us from Portugal in that respect?
De facto, para termos sistema mais atrativo, todos queremos.
Having a more interactive system is key. Obviously, want to have a system that will allow for quality and fast outputs. Now, in Portugal, high level in terms of IP, we have a really small context, 1,300 national patents, for example, related to entirely different brands. 23,000 brands is the whole universe. The number of patents has grown. There were 1,300 applications last year. And I think the figure grows every year. I know we can do more, though. We do have some government level policies to provide incentive for protection. Universities, for example, do not pay any patent fees, invention patent fees. And the university contribution or university patent applications account for 20% of the total universe, total group. And the voucher system works in that they're automatically depleted. We actually have a special index for patent protection, in fact, for provisional patents as well. The idea is to capture what universities are doing and the papers that are published by them, but often when they publish invention, it no longer has any novelty. So we have a legal mechanism, in fact, that is very useful and has worked quite well to provide them with protection. Close to 50% of patent applications that are received by EPO are provisional applications, provisional patents. And what's the advantage? Well, researchers can request provisional application and then expand this to apply for the definitive final patent. We also conduct research related to quality level. That's very relevant. We do outsource some of the research components, and a lot of foreign institutions have expressed a great deal of interest. We have this unit patent as well, and the unitary patent. We have seen a significant development there of the national participants, thanks to that. This year, we also started collaborating with a Portuguese startup. In fact, 2 weeks ago, we met with them, and one of the first questions was, how many patents are requested by startups? And I don't have that information, so I couldn't answer that. So we decided to roll out a survey with all the startups to understand the context in terms of the number of startups applying for patents. That will provide us with more information to make further progress in our ecosystem.
The insights, I think your intervention clearly shows that regional cooperation, regional patent system with a national patent system can coexist very well and can support one another. Many thanks for your intervention. Before we close, a quick question to our users, so from academia and from industry, and I would like to only ask you to reply in 2 minutes, each one of you. Based on today's exchange, which institutional gaps, networks, or support styles should be examined more deeply to strengthen regional IP and innovation ecosystems and better support researchers, innovations, and companies? Jimena?
I apologize. My microphone was off. It's hard to summarize, I would say, how we are able to close existing gaps that are common throughout the region. I talked about 8, at least. I mentioned 8 gaps. And if I could summarize, I would say, well, there are varying levels of development throughout the region, but generally speaking, as I mentioned, the universities speak one language, industry speaks another language. I would say that the model needs to be adapted to the Latin American reality. Moreover, we have low patenting rates. And we all share a similar challenge, which is low technology transfer. Now, this is my opinion, and I would say that we need to replicate what other countries have done well, and the EPO's model is spot on in that they have included tools to bring together technology inventors with the companies that could make use of these. And so it is a successful model, and it would be wise of us to follow that. Also bringing think tanks and universities together with the business operators will necessarily bring about improvements in terms of transfer. That is, the technology will be more in keeping with the realistic situation, and that would allow us to better earmark the limited R&D funding. And this would help us overcome many of the pain points. Now, from the university perspective, it's very important to somehow formalize the various the role of this third mission of universities, which is knowledge transfer, right? Some universities only validate the teaching and research roles, and in practical terms, the research career is not well recognized, and that is an issue. I could go on until 7 p.m. if you wanted me to, but most likely I would be escorted off the premises. So that's what I have for you. Yes, in 1 minute. I think there are challenges in terms of legislation in Latin America. We are focused on those of us working in the realm of pollution. I don't think there are any penalties or punishments for the contaminating parties. And that's an issue. Now in Chile, we are actually moving forward with the second stage of emissions control legislation, and we are fine-tuning the regulations and emissions control in Chile. And if we know that if you pollute in Chile, you're off scot-free. There's not a culture to penalize this. There's not a real environmental care or protection culture. I have other issues I would like to mention, but I don't have time. But I think it would be a contribution to mention that when you register a patent in Chile, you don't have to go to Brazil and to Argentina to do the same. Now, in Chile, it's a unique system, and if you register in Chile, it's considered registered in other areas. So hopefully the other countries would replicate this model. This is for the big leagues, right? Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias a los cuatro.
Thank you to the four of you. Excellent presentations. And we would like to hereby adjourn today's activities. I would like to thank all of the panelists and others joining us here today. Thank you to those who have been listening in person and online. Now, my takeaway from this discussion is that patents and IP are key development tools. They will also allow the companies to be more competitive as long as there are other supporting policies for enabling public policies and other technology policies. Now, the EPO-ECLAC study was fabulous. I really enjoyed it. And I think that will provide us with food for thought for many years going forward. The idea is to have greater technological sophistication, even though this is focused in certain areas, and greater productivity for well-being. Now, clearly, there is a gap between patent production, we know this is very low in the region, and technology transfer. And in the end, what we have experienced today, I think, could be the beginning of an interesting partnership, as mentioned by the ECLAC Executive Secretary. And kudos to ECLAC for organizing this. Hopefully, this will not be the only activity, but the first of many. Now, Fortunately, we are not just joined here with innovation and technology offices, but other university representatives and representatives from the business world, etc. I think this panel was quite key for this discussion and has provided us with an interesting segue for the closed discussion we will be holding tomorrow with government agencies. And with this, I would like to conclude. I hope to see some of you tomorrow. And for those of you who do not join us tomorrow, I wish you a safe return. The recording will be uploaded to the EPO and ECLAC's websites. Thank you very much.
Hola, antes de que se vayan, por favor, los gafetes que llevan puestos no los boten.